A baby is born with a divine destiny, marked by God to never cut his hair and blessed with strength that defies human understanding. Fast forward 30 years, and this same man is standing in chains, blind and broken, surrounded by thousands of enemies, mocking the God who once made him invincible. How did the mightiest warrior in biblical history fall so far? Today, we're walking through every twist, every triumph, and every tragic mistake in Samson's incredible journey, from his miraculous birth to his earth-shaking final moments that changed history forever. But before we dive in, if you find this type of content valuable, don't forget to hit that like and subscribe button. Also, let us know where you're watching from and what time it is. We'd love to hear from you. So without further ado, let's begin, shall we? Darkness. Complete darkness. The sound of stone grinding against stone echoes through a prison cell in Gaza. Around and around, the heavy millstone turns. A man pushes it forward with shoulders that once carried city gates. His bare feet shuffle across worn stone, following the same circle he has walked 10,000 times before. This is Samson, the strongest man who ever lived. Now he grinds grain like an ox. His eyes are gone, torn out by Philistine soldiers who finally learned what rope and chains could not teach them, that some men cannot be broken by force alone. They must be blinded first, made small, reduced to pushing stones in endless circles while their captors laugh. But look closer at this broken figure. See how his hair has begun to grow back. Short stubble covers a scalp that was once shaved bare. The Philistines think his power came from his hair. They were not entirely wrong, but they miss the deeper truth hiding beneath. Sweat runs down his back as he pushes the millstone. His muscles, though scarred and beaten, still ripple with unnatural strength. Even blind, even broken, something divine moves beneath his skin. The guards have grown lazy. They no longer watch him as closely as they should. Above, in the great temple of Dagon, thousands gather to celebrate their victory over Israel's champion. Wine flows freely. Voices rise in drunken song. They have invited their blind prize to entertain them later, to mock him, to parade him before their God like a trophy. They do not know he is praying now. The millstone turns, his lips move silently, words form that no one can hear, a conversation between a broken man and the God who made him strong. The same God who let him fall. The same God who might just once more show mercy to a fool who wasted every gift he was given. This is where our story ends. But to understand how the strongest man in history became a blind slave grinding grain, we must go back to the beginning, to a time when Israel had no king, when every man did what was right in his own eyes, when a barren woman received a visitor from heaven who would change everything. The millstone turns. But today, it will turn for the last time. Introduction. What makes a man strong? What makes a man truly strong? Is it the size of his muscles? The weight he can lift? The enemies he can defeat? For thousands of years, humans have told stories about men of impossible strength. Heroes who could move mountains, kill monsters, and change the fate of nations with their bare hands. The Greeks gave us Hercules, son of Zeus, who strangled serpents in his cradle and cleaned stables by diverting rivers. The Babylonians told of Gilgamesh, who could uproot cedar trees and battle gods themselves. Every culture has its strongman, its impossible hero, its tale of power beyond human limits, but these stories all share something darker. They whisper warnings about strength that corrupts, power that isolates, gifts that become curses. Hercules dies from poison, driven mad by jealous gods. Gilgamesh learns that even the strongest cannot escape death. The pattern repeats across cultures and centuries. Great strength, great fall, great sorrow. The Hebrews gave us perhaps the most complex of these figures. Samson, whose name means little son, a man touched by the divine, set apart from birth, blessed with strength that could tear apart lions and topple buildings. Yet his story is not one of triumph. It is a tragedy written in blood and betrayal, love and loss, pride and ultimate surrender. Unlike other strongmen of legend, Samson was real. His story comes not from myth but from scripture. From the book of Judges, a collection of tales about Israel's darkest period, when the people had forgotten their God, when chaos ruled the land, when strength seemed to be the only thing that mattered. But Samson's strength was different. It came with rules, conditions, a divine contract that demanded purity, separation, and devotion. He was to be a Nazirite from birth, set apart, holy, a living symbol of God's power dwelling among his people. The tragedy begins here in this tension between divine purpose and human nature. Samson was given strength to deliver Israel. Instead, he used it for personal revenge. He was called to be holy. Instead, he chased foreign women and broke sacred vows. He was meant to be a leader. Instead, he became a lone wolf, trusted by no one, trusting no one. His story asks uncomfortable questions. What happens when God's gift meets human weakness? Can strength exist without wisdom? Does power corrupt even the divinely chosen? Is it possible to be both blessed and cursed at the same time? These questions matter because Samson's story is our story. We all have gifts that can become traps, strengths that mask deeper weaknesses, purposes we abandon for easier pleasures. We all face the choice between what we are called to be and what we want to be. Samson chose poorly. Again and again, he chose poorly. But his failures teach us something profound about the nature of strength itself, that true power is not found in muscle or might, that the strongest walls can be toppled from within, that sometimes the greatest victories require the ultimate sacrifice. This is not a story about a superhero. This is a story about a man given everything and who lost it all, a man whose greatest triumph came only after his greatest defeat, a man who discovered, too late, that real strength was never about what he could break. It was about what he was willing to surrender. The Israelite crisis. Imagine a land without law, a place where might makes right and the strongest take what they want, where neighbors turn on neighbors, tribes war against tribes, and chaos spreads like wildfire through every village and valley. This was Israel in the time of the Judges. The golden age was over. Moses had died on a mountain, gazing at promises he would never touch. Joshua had conquered the land, dividing it among the 12 tribes like a father giving inheritance to his children. But children grow wild when left alone. And Israel, barely a generation removed from slavery, had forgotten how to be free. The book of Judges opens with a chilling refrain. In those days there was no king in Israel. Everyone did what was right in his own eyes. These words echo through the stories like a funeral bell. What sounds like freedom was actually anarchy. What appears to be independence was really abandonment. The cycle always began the same way. Israel would forget the God who brought them out of Egypt. They would worship Baal and Asherah, the fertility gods of their neighbors. They would adopt foreign customs, marry foreign wives, and slowly lose everything that made them distinct. Holy became ordinary. Sacred became forgotten. Then came the consequences. God would withdraw his protection. Enemies would invade. The Midianites would steal their crops. The Moabites would demand tribute. The Philistines would raid their villages and carry off their children. What began as spiritual rebellion always ended in political oppression. Desperation would drive them to their knees. They would cry out to the God they had abandoned. They would confess their sins and beg for deliverance. And in his mercy, God would raise up a judge, a deliverer, a champion to break the chains and restore their freedom. For a time, peace would reign. The judge would rule with wisdom and strength. Israel would remember who they were and why they mattered. Trade would flourish. Families would grow. Hope would return like spring after a brutal winter. But judges die, and when they did, Israel would slide back into chaos. The cycle would begin again. Sin, oppression, cry for help, deliverance, peace, death, and back to sin. Round and round like a millstone grinding grain. Each revolution wearing away a little more of what made them God's chosen people. By Samson's time, this cycle had repeated for generations. The Philistines controlled the coast and pushed inland, claiming more territory each year. They had iron weapons, while Israel still used bronze. They had organized armies, while Israel had scattered tribes. They had strong cities, while Israel lived in fear. The Philistines were different from other enemies. They did not just want tribute or territory. They wanted to erase Israel entirely, to make them slaves in their own land, to prove that their god Dagon was stronger than the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. In Dan, the smallest and weakest tribe, families lived under constant threat. Their young men were killed or carried off. Their women were taken as wives or slaves. Their children grew up knowing only fear and submission. They had almost forgotten what it meant to be free. This was the world into which Samson would be born, a world where strength was the only currency that mattered, where the weak served the strong and might made right, where Israel's God seemed distant and their enemies seemed unstoppable. But in heaven, wheels were already turning. Plans were being made. A barren woman in Zorah was about to receive a visitor who would change everything. Sometimes the darkest night comes just before the dawn. Sometimes God's greatest gifts are born from the deepest desperation. The Philistines thought they had won. Israel thought they were finished. Neither understood that the God who split seas and toppled walls was about to do something new, something unexpected, something that would make the strongest man in history from the weakest tribe in Israel. The stage was set. The players were in position, and somewhere in heaven, an angel prepared to deliver a message that would shake the earth. A barren woman, a heavenly visitor. Her name is lost to history. The scriptures call her only the wife of Manoah, or Samson's mother. But this unnamed woman would become the mother of Israel's most famous judge. Her story begins with the cruelest burden a woman could carry in ancient times. She was barren. In a culture where children were blessing and barrenness was shame, she lived with daily reminders of her empty womb. Other women would speak in hushed tones when she passed. Their eyes would hold pity mixed with fear, as if her condition might somehow spread to them. She was married to a good man, Manoah of the tribe of Dan, but even his love could not fill the emptiness she carried. Every month brought fresh disappointment. Every festival reminded her of what she lacked. She watched her neighbors' children grow and marry and have children of their own while she remained childless. The weight of unfulfilled longing pressed down like stones on her chest. But God sees what others overlook. He notices the forgotten and remembers the abandoned. While the world dismissed her as useless, heaven was preparing her for the most important assignment of her life. She would not just bear a child, she would bear a deliverer. The day began like any other. She was alone, perhaps working in the fields or tending to household tasks, when suddenly the air itself seemed to change. Light gathered in a way that had nothing to do with the sun. Warmth spread through the space around her, and she knew without looking that she was no longer alone. When she raised her eyes, a man stood before her, but not quite a man. His appearance was human, but his presence was otherworldly. Light seemed to emanate from his skin. His voice carried the weight of authority that comes from standing in the presence of the Almighty. This was the angel of the Lord, God's personal messenger, appearing to deliver news that would change the world. "You are barren and have no children," he said, stating what she knew all too well. But then came the words she had dreamed of hearing, "But you will conceive and give birth to a son." The ground seemed to shift beneath her feet. After years of disappointment, after countless prayers that seemed to bounce off heaven's ceiling, God was promising her the impossible: a child, a son, the desire of her heart wrapped in flesh and blood. But this would be no ordinary child. The angel continued with instructions that would shape this boy's entire life. "You must not drink wine or fermented drink, and you must not eat anything unclean, for the boy will be a Nazirite, set apart to God from birth." The Nazirite vow was sacred and rare. It meant separation from common things for the sake of holy purposes. No wine or strong drink would touch his lips. No razor would cut his hair. No dead body would make him unclean. He would be marked as God's own from his first breath to his last. He will take the lead in delivering Israel from the hands of the Philistines, the angel declared. This child would be more than her son. He would be Israel's champion, their deliverer, the answer to generations of prayers for freedom. The woman stood in stunned silence. She had prayed for a child to fill her empty arms. God was giving her a son who would empty the arms of Israel's enemies. She had asked for personal blessing. God was granting national deliverance. She had hoped for small mercies. God was promising great wonders. When she found her voice, she asked no questions about how or when or why. She simply received the promise like Mary would centuries later, with faith that moved mountains and opened wombs and changed the course of history. The angel departed as suddenly as he had come, leaving her alone with the greatest secret any woman had ever carried. Inside her body, life was already beginning. Cells were dividing, forming, taking shape according to a divine blueprint that would produce strength beyond human understanding. She ran home to tell Manoah what had happened. Her husband listened with wonder and fear, then did what any wise man would do when faced with messages from angels. He prayed for confirmation and guidance. God heard his prayer and sent the angel back to repeat his instructions and bless their obedience. 9 months later, their son was born. They named him Samson, little son, perhaps because his life would burn bright and brief like a star across Israel's darkest sky. As he grew, it became clear that this child was different, stronger than other boys, faster, more restless. The Spirit of the Lord would come upon him at unexpected moments, and those around him would glimpse the power that slumbered in his young frame. His mother watched and wondered what she had brought into the world. She had asked for a child and received a weapon. She had hoped for joy and been given responsibility beyond measure. She had wanted to fill her empty arms and instead been chosen to raise the man who would determine Israel's fate. The Nazirite vow. What it really meant. To understand Samson, you must understand the vow that shaped his life from conception to death. The Nazirite vow was not just a set of rules. It was a way of living that separated a person from the ordinary world and marked them as belonging completely to God. Most people chose this vow for a season. Samson was born into it for life. The word Nazirite comes from the Hebrew nazir, meaning separated or consecrated. It was a radical commitment that said no to the normal pleasures of life in order to say yes to a higher calling. Only a handful of people in Scripture lived under this vow from birth. Samuel, the prophet who anointed kings, John the Baptist, who prepared the way for the Messiah, and Samson, who would become Israel's deliverer. The vow had 3 simple rules, but each carried deep meaning that touched the very core of human nature and divine purpose. First, no wine or fermented drink would pass his lips. This was not just about avoiding drunkenness. Wine in ancient times represented joy, celebration, and social connection. It was served at weddings and festivals, shared among friends and family. To refuse wine was to step outside the normal rhythm of human community. It meant choosing separation over participation, devotion over pleasure. But there was more. Wine comes from grapes that are crushed and left to die so that new life can emerge. The Nazirite who refused wine was saying that his life would not follow the normal pattern of death and decay. He would be preserved, set apart, kept pure for purposes beyond the ordinary cycle of human existence. Second, no razor would touch his hair. Hair was a symbol of strength and vitality in the ancient world. Long hair on a man marked him as different, as someone who lived by different rules. But the uncut hair of the Nazirite meant more than mere appearance. It was a visible sign of an invisible reality. Each strand that grew represented time devoted to God, days and months and years of separation from the common world. Hair also grows from the head, the seat of thought and decision. The Nazirite's uncut hair was a crown of consecration, a daily reminder that his mind belonged to God. Every morning when he woke, every time he caught his reflection, he would see the mark of his calling flowing from his scalp like a banner, proclaiming his devotion. Third, he could not touch a dead body or even enter a place where someone had died. Death was the great enemy, the final corruption that touched all flesh. To avoid contact with death was to live in a state of perpetual purity, as if the curse that fell on Adam had never touched him. The Nazirite walked through a world of death while remaining untouchable by its power. This rule went deeper than mere ritual. Death represents the end of purpose, the failure of strength, the victory of chaos over order. The Nazirite who avoided death was making a statement about the nature of God himself. That divine power does not decay, that holy purposes do not fail, that what God sets apart cannot be destroyed by the forces that destroy everything else. Together, these 3 rules created a way of life that was both blessing and burden. The Nazirite enjoyed special favor with God. His prayers carried unusual power. His life had supernatural protection. But he also lived in constant separation from the world around him. He could not celebrate like others, look like others, or touch what others touched without thought. For most people, the Nazirite vow was temporary, a season of special devotion before returning to normal life. But Samson was different. His vow began before birth and was meant to last until death. He never knew what it felt like to taste wine, cut his hair, or touch a dead body without breaking sacred promises. This created a tension that would define his entire story. Samson had the heart of a warrior, but the restrictions of a priest. He was called to fight Israel's enemies, but forbidden to touch their corpses. He was meant to deliver his people, but could not fully join their celebrations. He carried supernatural strength, but lived under supernatural limitations. The vow was both the source of his power and the seed of his destruction. As long as he kept its requirements, God's strength flowed through him like a river through a channel. But each time he bent or broke the rules, that channel became a little more cracked, a little more likely to collapse when the pressure became too great. His mother understood this tension. She had raised him with careful attention to every detail of the vow. She had taught him why the rules mattered, how his separation served a greater purpose, why his difference was actually his greatest strength. But she also watched as he grew restless under restrictions that other young men never faced. The tragedy was already written in the contradiction between what Samson was called to be and what he wanted to be. The Nazirite vow demanded purity. His heart craved connection. The vow required separation. His nature sought acceptance. The vow promised strength. His soul longed for love. And in that tension between divine calling and human desire, the seeds of both triumph and tragedy were planted. The strongest man in history would spend his life fighting not just the enemies of Israel, but the rules that made him strong enough to defeat them. Born for a purpose, but whose? The child grew in strength and stature, like a tree planted by streams of water. Samson's early years passed quietly in Zorah, a small town on the border between Israelite and Philistine territory. His parents watched with wonder and worry as their son developed muscles that seemed carved from stone and reflexes that defied natural law. Other children played games. Samson broke the rules without trying. When he ran, he outdistanced boys twice his age. When he wrestled, he threw opponents without effort. When he worked alongside his father, he lifted loads that should have required 3 men. The Spirit of the Lord was already moving within him, though he barely understood what that meant. His mother watched these displays of strength with mixed emotions. Pride swelled in her chest when she saw what God had made of her son. Fear crept into her dreams when she wondered what the world would make of him. She had asked for a child and received a weapon. She had hoped for joy and been given terrible responsibility. The community noticed too. Whispers followed Samson wherever he went. Some spoke of blessing, others of strangeness. Children stared at his uncut hair and wondered why he looked different. Adults asked questions, his parents deflected with careful words. Everyone sensed that this boy was special, but no one quite knew what that meant. The Philistines controlled much of the surrounding territory. They had garrisons in nearby towns and collected tribute from villages that wanted protection. Their soldiers walked through Israelite markets with the confidence of conquerors. Their merchants sold iron tools and weapons that Israel could not make for themselves. Their culture seeped into every corner of daily life. Young Israelite men learned to walk with downcast eyes when Philistines passed. They accepted insults without response and paid taxes without complaint. Resistance seemed hopeless. The Philistines had better weapons, stronger cities, and organized armies. Israel had scattered tribes and fading memories of better days. But Samson grew up different. He did not lower his eyes when Philistines appeared. He did not step aside when their soldiers walked past. Something in his bearing announced that he belonged to no one but himself and the God who made him. This confidence, born from strength he was only beginning to understand, would shape every choice he made. His parents taught him the stories of his people, how Abraham left everything to follow God's promises, how Moses confronted Pharaoh and split the Red Sea, how Joshua brought down the walls of Jericho with trumpets and faith. They wanted him to understand that he was part of something larger than himself, connected to a history of divine intervention and miraculous deliverance. But they also taught him about the Nazirite vow and why it mattered, how his uncut hair marked him as set apart for holy purposes, how his separation from wine and dead bodies kept him pure for God's service, how his strength was not his own, but a gift to be used for his people's freedom. The tension between these two lessons created storms in Samson's young heart. He was part of a chosen people, but he could not fully participate in their life. He was given strength to serve them, but he lived under restrictions they did not share. He was called to be their deliverer, but he felt increasingly isolated from those he was meant to save. As he grew into young manhood, these contradictions became harder to bear. He watched other young men drink wine at festivals while he sipped water. He saw them laugh freely, while he calculated whether each joke might violate some sacred boundary. He observed their easy relationships while he wondered if anyone could ever understand the weight he carried. The scripture says God was preparing him for his calling during these silent years. The Spirit would stir within him at unexpected moments, giving him glimpses of the power that slumbered in his frame. But these experiences were private, almost mystical. He had no mentor to explain what was happening, no community of other Naziites to share his burden. His parents did their best, but they were ordinary people trying to raise an extraordinary child. They could teach him the rules of his vow, but not the full implications of his calling. They could warn him about temptation, but not prepare him for the crushing loneliness that comes with being set apart. They could love him deeply, but not fully understand the battle raging in his soul. God had a purpose for Samson. That much was clear from the angel's announcement and the power growing within him. But Samson had purposes of his own, desires that pulled against his calling, dreams that had nothing to do with delivering Israel, needs that his vow seemed designed to frustrate rather than fulfill. The collision between divine purpose and human desire was inevitable. The only question was when it would happen and what would survive the impact. The boy who had been born to save Israel was becoming a man who wondered if saving himself might be impossible. In Zorah, the Philistines continued their oppression, Israel continued their submission, and Samson continued to grow stronger while growing more restless with each passing day. The stage was set for choices that would echo through history, choices between duty and desire, calling and comfort, divine purpose and human will. The strongest man in history was about to discover that some battles cannot be won with muscle alone. The spirit begins to stir. Something was changing in Samson. As he approached manhood, the power that had always slumbered within him began to wake with increasing frequency. The Spirit of the Lord would come upon him without warning, filling him with strength that made his normal abilities seem weak by comparison. The first time it happened in public, he was working with other young men to repair a wall damaged by Philistine raiders. A stone that would normally require several people to lift suddenly felt light in his hands. He hoisted it alone, positioning it perfectly while his companions stared in amazement. The moment passed, but the questions lingered in everyone's eyes. Another time, he was walking through the marketplace when Philistine soldiers began harassing an elderly Israelite merchant. Anger flared in Samson's chest, and with it came a surge of power that made his vision sharpen and his muscles tense like coiled springs. His hands clenched into fists that could have shattered stone. The soldiers, sensing danger they could not name, decided to move on. Crisis passed, but Samson was left shaken by the intensity of what he had felt. The Bible says the Spirit began to stir him in Mahana Dan, the camp of Dan. This was a place between Zorah and Eshtaol, where the tribe would gather for festivals and discussions of tribal business. It was here, surrounded by his own people, that Samson first began to understand the full scope of what was growing within him. During one gathering, the conversation turned to the usual complaints about Philistine oppression. Tribute demands had increased. Trade restrictions were tightening. Young men were being pressed into service for Philistine building projects. The elders spoke in hushed tones about how much worse things might become. Samson listened with growing frustration. These were strong men, capable fighters, yet they spoke only of endurance and survival. No one mentioned resistance. No one suggested fighting back. They had accepted defeat so completely that they could not even imagine victory. As his anger grew, so did the stirring within him. Power flowed through his arms and chest like liquid fire. His heart pounded with a rhythm that seemed to match the footsteps of marching armies. For a moment, he could almost see himself leading those armies, breaking Philistine chains, restoring Israel's freedom. But the moment passed, leaving him more restless than before. What good was strength if it could not be used? What purpose did power serve if it remained hidden? The Spirit stirred within him, but toward what end? When would this growing force within him finally be unleashed? His parents noticed the changes. Manoah watched his son pace their small house like a caged lion, energy radiating from every movement. His mother saw the way Samson's eyes would suddenly focus on distant horizons, as if he could see things invisible to everyone else. They had raised him to be careful, to guard his vow, to wait for God's timing. But Samson was becoming a man who struggled with waiting. The stirring was not just physical. Along with supernatural strength came supernatural restlessness. Samson felt pulled in directions he could not name toward purposes he did not fully understand. Sleep became difficult. Ordinary work felt meaningless. The quiet life of Zorah seemed suddenly small and confining. He began taking long walks through the countryside, often ending up at the border between Israelite and Philistine territory. From hilltops, he could see their cities with their strong walls and organized streets. He watched their soldiers drill in formation and their merchants count profits from trade that should have belonged to Israel. Sometimes the Spirit would stir so powerfully during these observations that he would have to grip trees or rocks to keep from running toward those cities with his bare hands. The power within him seemed to recognize its intended target. Like a sword eager for battle, his strength yearned to be tested against Israel's enemies. But he was not yet ready. The stirring was preparation, not permission. God was warming up an instrument that would soon be needed, but the time for action had not yet come. Samson felt this tension acutely. He was like a bow being drawn taut, arrow nocked and aimed, but the archer's finger had not yet released the string. The young men of Dan noticed his strange behavior and began to avoid him. His intensity made them uncomfortable. When he spoke of resistance or revenge, they changed the subject. When his eyes blazed with inner fire, they found excuses to leave. Samson was becoming isolated not just by his vow, but by the very purpose for which that vow existed. His loneliness deepened as his power grew. The spirit that stirred within him was meant to connect him to God's purposes, but it seemed to separate him further from human companionship. How could he explain what he felt to people who had never experienced divine power flowing through their veins? How could he share dreams of deliverance with those who had forgotten what freedom looked like? The stirring continued, growing stronger and more frequent. Each episode left him more convinced that he was meant for something greater than the quiet life his parents had planned. Each surge of power whispered promises of victories yet to be won, enemies yet to be defeated, purposes yet to be fulfilled. But with the stirring came temptation. If he possessed such strength, why should he live under such restrictions? If God had made him powerful, why must he remain separate? If he was destined to save Israel, why could he not first save himself from the isolation of his calling? These questions would soon drive him to make choices that would change everything. The Spirit was stirring, preparing him for his destiny. But Samson was also stirring, preparing to test whether his own desires might be stronger than his divine calling. The collision between what God wanted and what Samson wanted was about to begin. Timnah, love at first fight. The first crack in Samson's carefully constructed life appeared in the Philistine town of Timnah. He had gone there on some errand, perhaps trading or simply exploring the territory that bordered his homeland. What he found was not business or adventure, but a woman who would change the course of his destiny. She was beautiful in the way that stops men mid-sentence and makes them forget their own names. Dark hair framed a face that seemed carved by an artist who understood perfection. Her eyes held depths that promised mysteries worth exploring. When she moved, grace flowed from her like music made visible. But she was not just beautiful. She was Philistine, enemy territory made flesh. Everything Samson had been raised to avoid wrapped in a package impossible to ignore. His vow demanded separation from foreign influences. His calling required focus on Israel's deliverance. His parents had taught him that marriage should strengthen his people, not complicate his mission. None of that mattered when he saw her. Love struck him like lightning, sudden and overwhelming. Or perhaps it was not love, but something hungrier, more demanding. Desire, attraction, obsession, whatever name it carried, it consumed his thoughts and set his blood on fire. For the first time in his life, Samson wanted something more than he wanted to please God or fulfill his calling. He returned home with her image burned into his memory. Sleep became impossible. Food lost its taste. The ordinary activities of daily life felt hollow and meaningless. All he could think about was her smile, her voice, the way light caught in her hair when she turned her head. His parents noticed the change immediately. Their son, who had always been restless, now seemed positively tormented. He paced their house like a man with fever, distracted and distant. When they asked what troubled him, he spoke the words that shattered their carefully ordered world. "I have seen a woman in Timnah, a daughter of the Philistines. Get her for me as my wife." The silence that followed was deafening. Manoah and his wife stared at their son as if he had announced his intention to burn down their house. Everything they had sacrificed, every lesson they had taught, every prayer they had prayed seemed to crumble in the face of this impossible demand. "Is there no woman among your relatives or among all our people?" his father asked. "Must you go to the uncircumcised Philistines to get a wife?" The question carried decades of pain. These were the people who oppressed Israel, who mocked their God, who treated them like slaves in their own land. Marriage was alliance, connection, the joining of families and futures. To marry a Philistine was to betray everything their ancestors had died to preserve. But Samson's response revealed how completely this desire had captured him. "Get her for me. She's the right one for me." Not "she's beautiful" or "she's kind" or "she loves me." Simply "she's the right one." As if his feelings were reason enough to overturn a lifetime of teaching and abandon the wisdom of generations. His parents pleaded with him to reconsider. They reminded him of his calling, his vow, his responsibility to Israel. They spoke of other women, good Israelite women who would support his mission rather than distract from it. They painted pictures of the complications that would arise from mixing with Israel's enemies. Samson listened with growing impatience. He had made up his mind, and nothing they said would change it. The power stirring within him seemed to demand satisfaction, not just in battle, but in desire. If God had made him stronger than other men, why should he accept the same limitations they lived under? What his parents did not know, what Samson himself did not understand, was that this attraction was not entirely his own. The scripture reveals that this was from the Lord, who was seeking an occasion to confront the Philistines. God was using Samson's weakness to accomplish divine purposes. The very desire that seemed to contradict his calling was actually part of it. But knowing God's ultimate purpose does not excuse human choices. Samson was following his heart, not seeking God's will. He wanted this woman for his own reasons, not for any larger purpose. The fact that God could work through his selfishness did not make the selfishness righteous. His determination wore down his parents' resistance. They agreed to accompany him to Timnah to make the arrangements. Perhaps they hoped that closer contact would reveal problems that would change his mind. Perhaps they believed their presence might prevent worse choices. Perhaps they simply loved their son too much to risk losing him entirely. The journey to Timnah became a procession of compromise. With each step toward Philistine territory, they moved further from the pure purpose for which Samson had been born. The young man who was meant to deliver Israel from foreign influence was instead seeking intimate connection with it. As they traveled, Samson's excitement grew. Soon he would have what he wanted. Soon, the loneliness of his calling would be eased by companionship. Soon, he would no longer be the isolated Nazirite, but a married man with a future that looked nothing like what his parents had planned. He did not yet know that his first steps toward love would also be his first steps toward destruction, that the woman who captured his heart would become the instrument of his first great betrayal, that his desire for connection would lead him deeper into the very isolation he was trying to escape. The road to Timnah stretched ahead, dusty and uncertain. Behind them lay the quiet life of obedience and separation. Before them waited choices that would test whether divine calling could survive human desire. Samson walked forward eagerly, his parents followed reluctantly, and destiny waited in the shadows to see which would prove stronger. The Lion and the Riddle. The road to Timnah wound through vineyard country, where grapes hung heavy on the vine, and the air smelled of fermentation. For most travelers, this was pleasant territory. For Samson, it was a constant reminder of what he could not have. The wine that brought joy to others was forbidden to him. Even the scent of it marked him as different, separate, set apart. His parents walked behind him, still hoping he would change his mind about this Philistine marriage. They had tried reasoning, pleading, and warning. Nothing had worked. Their son's determination seemed as unshakable as his strength. All they could do now was accompany him and pray that God would somehow work good from this apparent disaster. As they approached the vineyards of Timnah, Samson moved ahead of his parents. Perhaps he wanted privacy to think about the woman he would soon see again. Perhaps he simply could not bear their worried glances and whispered conversations. Whatever his reason, he found himself alone on a path that would change his life forever. The attack came without warning. A young lion burst from the underbrush, roaring with fury that shook the ground beneath Samson's feet. This was no ordinary predator looking for an easy meal. This was a massive beast in its prime, all muscle and teeth and killing rage. Its mane flowed like golden fire. Its eyes burned with hunger, and its roar announced death to anyone foolish enough to face it. Any normal man would have run. Any wise man would have called for help. Any armed man would have reached for his weapons. Samson did none of these things. Instead, he felt the familiar stirring deep in his chest, the Spirit of the Lord rushing upon him like a river breaking through a dam. Power flooded his limbs. His vision sharpened until he could see every detail of the lion's approach. His muscles expanded with strength that belonged to no human frame. The fear that should have paralyzed him transformed into something else entirely, the joy of finally unleashing what had been building within him for years. The lion leaped. Samson met it in midair. His hands found its throat and jaw, and what happened next defied every law of nature. The king of beasts, the terror of the wilderness, the predator that ruled its domain through fear and violence, was torn apart like a piece of cloth. The sound of ripping flesh and breaking bones echoed through the vineyard. The lion's roar became a whimper, then silence. When Samson's feet touched the ground again, he held a corpse that moments before had been the most dangerous creature in the region. He stood there breathing heavily, not from exertion, but from the sheer intensity of what had just occurred. The power was already fading, leaving him feeling strangely empty. The lion lay at his feet, its body twisted in ways that spoke of impossible strength applied with surgical precision. But then reality crashed back. The corpse at his feet was a dead body, and he was a Nazirite. His vow forbade contact with anything dead. The very strength that had saved his life had also compromised his calling. He had broken sacred law to preserve mortal flesh. Panic seized him. He kicked dirt over the carcass and hurried away, saying nothing to his parents about what had happened. They asked about the scratches on his clothes and the wild look in his eyes, but he deflected their questions with vague answers about thorns and rough terrain. The negotiations for his marriage proceeded smoothly. The woman's family was impressed by his obvious strength and the dowry his parents offered. She seemed pleased by his attention, though perhaps she wondered about the intensity that burned behind his eyes. Arrangements were made for the wedding feast to follow in 7 days. As Samson traveled back to Zorah to prepare for the celebration, he could not forget the lion. Something drew him back to the place where he had killed it. Perhaps guilt over breaking his vow. Perhaps simple curiosity about what remained of the massive beast. What he found astonished him. The lion's carcass had been cleaned by scavengers and dried by the sun, but inside the ribcage, bees had built a hive. Honey dripped golden and sweet from the bones that had once housed a predator's heart. Life had emerged from death, sweetness from violence, nourishment from destruction. The symbolism was not lost on him. He had killed to preserve his own life. He had broken sacred law to continue his divine mission. He had chosen survival over purity. And somehow good had come from compromise. Sweetness had emerged from what should have been only decay. He scooped honey from the lion's carcass and ate it as he walked. The taste was extraordinary, richer and more complex than any honey he had ever known. But with each bite, he was consuming more evidence of his broken vow. The dead lion was feeding him, nourishing him, giving him strength for the challenges ahead. When he reached home, he shared the honey with his parents without telling them where he had found it. They marveled at its flavor and asked where such exceptional honey could be found. He smiled and said nothing, keeping the secret of the lion and the bees locked in his heart. The wedding feast arrived with all the pomp and celebration that marked such occasions. 30 young Philistine men served as his companions, chosen to honor the bridegroom and ensure the festivities proceeded with appropriate joy. Wine flowed freely, though Samson drank none. Stories were told, songs were sung, and the celebration stretched into its second day. It was then that Samson decided to share his secret in the form of a riddle. Perhaps he wanted to test his new companions. Perhaps he simply could not contain the wonder of what had happened to him. Perhaps the power that had torn apart the lion was now working through his words. "Let me tell you a riddle," he announced to the 30 men. "If you can solve it during the 7 days of the feast, I will give you 30 linen garments and 30 sets of clothes. But if you cannot solve it, you must give the same to me." The men agreed eagerly. Riddles were entertainment, and they were confident in their collective wisdom. How difficult could one man's puzzle be? Samson's eyes gleamed as he spoke the words that would set in motion the events leading to his first great triumph and his first great betrayal. Out of the eater, something to eat. Out of the strong, something sweet. The men stared at him in confusion. What could produce food from something that consumes? What strength could yield sweetness? They turned the words over in their minds, debated possible meanings, suggested dozens of solutions. Nothing fit. As the days passed and the riddle remained unsolved, the mood of the celebration began to change. What had started as playful competition was becoming something darker. Samson watched with growing satisfaction as the most clever men in Timnah struggled with his impossible puzzle. He had no way of knowing that his riddle would soon cost him everything he thought he was gaining, that the honey he had tasted would turn bitter in his mouth, that the strength he had celebrated would become the instrument of his isolation. The secret of the lion was safe for now. But secrets have a way of escaping, especially when they are shared with those who have more to gain from betrayal than from loyalty. The wedding that wasn't. The wedding feast stretched into its 4th day, and the 30 Philistine companions were growing desperate. Samson's riddle haunted their thoughts like an impossible equation. They had tried every solution they could imagine, but nothing unlocked the mystery of how an eater could produce food or how strength could yield sweetness. Their frustration was becoming dangerous. These were not ordinary wedding guests, but leading men of Timnah, respected for their wisdom and quick thinking. To be outwitted by a single Israelite was humiliating. To lose the wager would be financially devastating. 30 linen garments and 30 sets of clothes represented a fortune that none of them could easily afford. As the sun set on the 4th day, they gathered in secret council. Their voices carried the edge of men who had been pushed too far and were ready to push back. The playful competition of the first day had transformed into something much more serious. "We've been made fools of by this Israelite," one of them said. "He sits there smiling while we rack our brains over his impossible riddle." "There must be a trick to it," another added. "No riddle is truly unsolvable. We're missing something obvious." "Or someone is," said a third, his eyes turning toward the house where Samson's bride waited. "She's one of us. She owes her loyalty to her own people, not to this foreigner who thinks he can make us look like idiots." The plan they hatched was as simple as it was cruel. They would threaten the woman until she extracted the answer from her new husband. If she refused, they would burn her and her father's house. If she succeeded, they would share the solution and split the cost of the wager among them. On the 7th day, as the wedding celebration reached its climax, they cornered Samson's bride. Her face went pale as they explained what they wanted and what would happen if she failed to provide it. "Did you invite us here to rob us?" they demanded. "Get the answer from your husband, or we'll burn you and your father's house down. Have you called us here to make us poor?" Terror filled her eyes. These were not empty threats. She knew these men, knew their capacity for violence when their honor was challenged. She had seen what happened to those who crossed them. Her choice was simple: betray her husband or watch her family burn. She went to Samson with tears streaming down her face. "You hate me," she cried. "You don't really love me. You've given my people a riddle, but you haven't told me the answer. Samson was confused by her sudden distress. "I haven't even explained it to my father or mother," he said. "Why should I explain it to you?" But she would not be deterred. She had 7 days of marriage ahead of her, and after that, a lifetime of living among people who would never forgive her if she failed them now. She wept and pleaded, accused and cajoled, using every weapon in a woman's arsenal to break down his resistance. "You hate me," she repeated again and again. "You say you love me, but you don't trust me with your secrets. How can we be husband and wife if you won't share your heart with me?" For 6 days, she pressed him. For 6 days, he held firm, knowing that revealing the answer would mean more than losing a wager. It would mean admitting that he had killed the lion, that he had touched a dead body, that he had broken his Nazi-right vow. It would mean confessing that his strength came with a price he was not willing to pay. But constant pressure wears down even the strongest stone. Her tears flowed like water wearing away rock. Her accusations cut like knives finding weak spots in armor. Her pleas wrapped around his heart like chains, growing tighter with each passing hour. On the 7th day, as the sun began to set and the time for solving the riddle ran out, Samson's resolve finally cracked. He told her everything. The lion, the honey, the broken vow, the secret that had been eating at him since that day in the vineyard. She listened with wide eyes, absorbing every detail. Then she kissed him gently and went to find the 30 men who had been waiting for this moment. As the sun touched the horizon, the men approached Samson with satisfied smiles. They had the answer they needed, and they delivered it with the confidence of those who know they have won. What is sweeter than honey? What is stronger than a lion? The words hit Samson like physical blows. His secret was out. His wife had betrayed him. The men who had pretended to be his friends had turned her against him. The marriage he had fought for had become the instrument of his humiliation. His response came through gritted teeth. "If you had not plowed with my heifer, you would not have solved my riddle." The agricultural metaphor was crude but clear. They had used his wife to get what they wanted. They had turned his marriage into a tool of deception. They had shown him exactly how much his trust was worth in their eyes. Rage filled him like a rising flood. The Spirit of the Lord came upon him with a fury he had never experienced before. His vision turned red. His muscles swelled with power that demanded release. His hands clenched into fists that could crush stone. But he did not strike the men who had humiliated him. Instead, he turned and walked away, leaving behind the wedding feast that had become a wake for his innocence. He went down to Ashkelon, a Philistine city 20 miles away. There, in the grip of supernatural fury, he found 30 men and killed them all. He stripped their clothes to pay his debt, then returned to Timnah to throw the bloody garments at the feet of those who had outsmarted him. The wedding guests took their payment with hands that trembled slightly. They had gotten what they wanted, but the cost was higher than they had expected. 30 men were dead because of their cleverness. 30 families would mourn because they had chosen to humiliate rather than lose gracefully. When Samson finished paying his debt, he left Timnah without another word. His wife remained behind, understanding that their marriage had died the moment she chose her people over her husband. Her father, fearing for her future, gave her to one of the 30 men who had served as Samson's companion. The young man who had come to Timnah seeking love returned to Zorah with blood on his hands and bitterness in his heart. His first attempt at normal human connection had ended in betrayal and violence. His desire for companionship had produced only isolation. His hope for happiness had yielded only rage. He had learned a lesson that would shape every relationship for the rest of his life. Those who knew his secrets would use them against him. Those who claimed to love him would betray him when the price was right. Those who seemed to offer connection would ultimately leave him more alone than before. The strongest man in Israel walked home through the darkness, carrying burdens that no amount of physical power could lift. Behind him lay 30 corpses and one broken heart. Ahead lay choices that would make both numbers seem small by comparison. The foxes in the fields. Picture a field of golden grain swaying in summer heat. Months have passed since that wedding disaster. Samson's anger hasn't cooled. It's grown into something darker, something patient. He walks through the hills near Timnah, hunting, not for deer or wild boar, for foxes, small, quick creatures that dart between rocks and brush. Most men would struggle to catch one. Samson catches 300. Think about that number. 300 foxes, each one trapped by bare hands, each one held while it snaps and claws. This isn't hunting anymore. This is obsession made flesh. He binds them in pairs, tail to tail. Between each pair, he ties a torch. The foxes struggle against each other, pulling in opposite directions. They can't run. They can't escape. They can only drag fire wherever they go. Night falls. Samson lights the torches and releases his living weapons into the Philistine fields. The grain is dry from summer sun, perfect kindling. Fire spreads like water flowing downhill. Orange light dances across the darkness. By morning, the harvest is ash. Vineyards that took years to grow become charcoal stumps. Olive groves planted by grandfathers burn to nothing. The Philistines wake to find their prosperity turned to smoke. But Samson's revenge cuts deeper than crops. In that ancient world, grain meant life itself. No harvest meant hunger. Empty storerooms meant watching children starve through winter. What Samson burned wasn't just plants, it was hope. The Philistines know who did this. Word travels fast in small communities. They also know why. That wedding betrayal started this fire. But they don't blame themselves. They blame Samson's wife. She had been given to his best man after Samson stormed away. Custom allowed it. Law supported it. But custom and law offer no protection when your people are starving. The Philistines arrive at her door with torches of their own. They burn her alive. Her father too. The very people she tried to protect by solving that riddle become her executioners. Betrayal comes full circle. Trust turns to ash, just like the grain. When Samson hears what happened, something breaks inside him. Or perhaps something was already broken, and now the pieces fall apart completely. The woman he claimed to love is dead. The marriage he demanded has become murder. He doesn't weep, he doesn't pray. He sharpens his sword and walks toward Philistine territory. The man who burned their fields is about to burn much more. The Philistines thought they were teaching a lesson about consequences. Instead, they just gave their strongest enemy a reason to stop holding back. Fire calls to fire. Blood demands blood. And Samson has both in abundance. His footsteps echo in the empty spaces between towns. Each step brings him closer to a reckoning that will make burning fields seem gentle. The foxes were just the beginning. What comes next will be written in flesh and bone. In the distance, smoke still rises from the ruined harvest. But darker smoke is coming, the kind that rises from places where men once stood. Samson walks toward the Philistines with empty hands and a heart full of fury. That combination has never ended well. The spiral tightens. Each act of revenge spawns another. Each betrayal births greater betrayal. What started as a riddle at a wedding feast has become a war between peoples. And at the center, one man carries enough strength to make that war real. Soon, even his own people will fear him. Soon, they'll choose survival over loyalty. Soon, Samson will learn that the greatest enemies aren't always strangers. Sometimes they're the ones who share your blood and speak your name with trembling voices. But tonight, he simply walks, one foot in front of another, moving toward a confrontation that will define him forever. The foxes have done their work. Now it's time for the lion to hunt. Judah betrays their own Resh. 3,000 men of Judah stand on a hilltop, looking down at their kinsmen. Samson sits alone on a rocky outcrop, watching them approach. He doesn't run. He doesn't hide. He simply waits. The Philistines have invaded Judah's territory, not to conquer, not to settle. They've come for one man. Give us Samson, they demanded, or we'll destroy everything you've built. The threat hangs over every village, every family, every child. The men of Judah have made their choice. Better to sacrifice one than to lose thousands. Better to hand over the troublemaker than watch their nation burn. It's practical thinking, sensible leadership. It's also the beginning of their deepest shame. Do you know what you've done to us? Their spokesman calls out. His voice carries the weight of sleepless nights and impossible decisions. The Philistines rule over us because of you. Your war has become our war. Samson looks up at them with something like pity. These are his brothers, his tribe, the people he was born to protect. Now they stand before him with ropes and fear, ready to trade his life for their peace. I only did to them what they did to me, he answers. His voice is calm, almost gentle. There's no anger toward these frightened men. They're not his real enemies. They're just caught between two forces too large for them to understand. The negotiation that follows feels surreal. 3,000 armed men asking permission to capture one unarmed man. They promise not to kill him themselves. They'll simply hand him over. What happens after that isn't their responsibility. Samson agrees. He could fight, he could scatter them like leaves in wind. Instead, he extends his hands and lets them bind him with new ropes, thick cords that have never held a prisoner before. The men of Judah work quickly, as if afraid he might change his mind. They march him toward the Philistine camp, 3,000 guards for one prisoner. It should feel like victory. Instead, it feels like funeral procession. No one speaks, no one celebrates. They're delivering their strongest warrior to his enemies, and everyone knows it. The Philistine army waits in the valley below. Thousands of soldiers in neat formations, spears catching sunlight, armor gleaming like scales on some great beast. They cheer when they see Samson bound and helpless. Finally, the nightmare is coming to an end. But something happens as they approach the enemy lines. The Spirit of the Lord rushes upon Samson like wind filling a sail. Power flows through him like water through broken dam. The ropes around his wrists begin to smoke. The cords snap like threads. New rope, thick as a man's arm, simply melts away. Samson stands free among his captors, and suddenly 3,000 feels like far too few. What happens next becomes legend. Samson spots the jawbone of a donkey lying in the dust, bleached white by sun and time. He picks it up, tests its weight, and turns toward the Philistine army. The slaughter that follows defies description. One man with a piece of bone cutting through thousands of trained soldiers. The jawbone never breaks, his arm never tires. Body after body falls until the valley floor disappears beneath the dead. When silence finally returns, Samson stands alone among the carnage. The Philistine army has become a field of corpses. The men of Judah have fled back to their hills. Even the birds have stopped singing. He looks down at the jawbone in his hand. This simple thing has become his weapon of war. This cast-off piece of a working animal has destroyed an army. There's poetry in that. Bitter poetry written in blood. With the jawbone of a donkey, he says to the empty air, I've made donkeys of them all. With the jawbone of a donkey, I've killed 1,000 men. His voice echoes off the hills, the only sound in a world gone silent. But victory tastes like ash. His own people betrayed him. His enemies lie dead at his feet. And he stands alone, as always. Strength without community, power without love, victory without joy. The sun begins to set, painting the battlefield red. Samson walks away from the slaughter, leaving the jawbone where it fell. Behind him, carrion birds gather. Ahead of him, more enemies wait. The cycle continues. He saved his people today. They'll probably try to betray him again tomorrow. That's the price of being stronger than everyone else. You fight alone. You win alone. You die alone. The hills swallow his footsteps. Night covers the valley of bones. And somewhere in the darkness, new plans for revenge are already being born. The jawbone and the miracle, Samson's throat burns like fire. Victory should taste sweet, but all he tastes is dust and death. 1,000 Philistines lie scattered across the valley floor, and he stands among them, dying of thirst. The irony cuts deeper than any sword. He who just broke an army with his bare hands cannot break his own terrible thirst. Strength enough to topple kingdoms, but not enough to conjure a single drop of water. The body that seemed godlike moments ago now betrays him with very human need. He stumbles between the corpses looking for water skins. Surely some soldier carried drink into battle. But what he finds are vessels cracked by his fury, their contents spilled into thirsty earth. The same violence that brought victory now threatens to kill him. The sun climbs higher. Heat bounces off metal armor and bleached bone. Samson's lips crack. His tongue swells. Each breath feels like swallowing sand. Around him, flies gather for their own feast. The sweet smell of blood mingles with the bitter scent of coming death. For the first time in this long day, Samson feels fear. Not of enemies, not of pain, but of dying forgotten in this valley of his own making. His people have already fled. The Philistines are dead. Who will remember his name when the desert claims his bones? He falls to his knees beside the jawbone that changed everything. This simple tool of destruction lies innocent in the dust, white bone against red earth. The weapon that made him legend might also mark his grave. Prayer comes slowly to lips unused to asking. Samson has lived his life taking what he needed. Strength came without request. Victory arrived without petition. Now he must learn to beg. "You have given great victory through your servant," he whispers to the empty sky. His voice cracks like autumn leaves. "Will you now let me die of thirst and fall into the hands of the uncircumcised?" The words hang in the hot air. No clouds gather. No wind rises. For long moments, nothing changes. The sun continues its merciless advance. The flies continue their patient work. Death continues its slow approach. Then something shifts in the ground beneath the jawbone. A crack appears in the bone itself. Not damage from battle, but something else, something intentional. Water begins to seep from the fracture like tears from a grieving eye. The seepage becomes a trickle. The trickle becomes a stream. Clear, cold water flows from the hollowed bone as if from a living spring. Samson crawls forward and drinks like a man reborn. The water tastes of mercy, of second chances, of grace undeserved but freely given. Life flows back into his body with each swallow. Strength returns to his limbs. Color comes back to the world. What seemed like the end becomes a new beginning. The same God who gave him power to destroy now gives him grace to live. When his thirst is finally satisfied, Samson sits back and stares at the miraculous spring. Water continues to flow from the jawbone, forming a small pool in the desert floor. He names the place En-Hakkore, the spring of the caller, the place where God heard a desperate man's prayer. But questions linger with the cooling water. Why did strength come so easily while mercy required begging? Why does God's power flow through him like a river, while God's presence feels distant as stars? The same hand that creates miracles also demands worship. The same voice that grants victory also expects humility. Samson has spent his life taking God's gifts for granted. Strength came with his birth. Victory followed his footsteps. But here, dying of thirst among his enemies, he learned something new. Power is gift, not right. Strength is blessing, not birthright. The water continues to flow as evening approaches. Other thirsty travelers will find this spring. Desert animals will drink here. Life will flourish where death once reigned. The miracle outlasts the moment. Grace echoes beyond the crisis. Samson drinks again, then rises to leave the valley. Behind him, the spring bubbles quietly. Ahead of him, more battles wait. But something has changed in this place of bones and water. The strongest man in Israel has remembered what it feels like to need help. He walks toward the hills as stars appear overhead. The jawbone lies beside its spring, no longer a weapon, but a source of life. Tomorrow will bring new challenges, new enemies, new choices between strength and wisdom. But tonight he carries the taste of miracle water on his tongue. Tonight he remembers that even lions sometimes need to drink from streams they cannot create. Tonight the strongest man in the world walks a little more gently on the earth. The spring flows on in darkness, a testament to mercy in a valley of judgment. And somewhere in the distance, Samson's footsteps echo with the rhythm of a man who has learned, perhaps too late, the difference between power and grace. Judge of Israel, but what kind? 20 years pass like morning mist. The text offers us a single line about this enormous span of time. Samson judged Israel 20 years. 20 years compressed into 7 words. A lifetime of leadership reduced to a whisper. What happened in those silent decades? History holds its breath, offering no battles, no speeches, no great reforms. Just Samson, somewhere in the hills of Dan, carrying the weight of a nation on shoulders built for war. The word judge meant something different then. Not a man in robes weighing evidence, but a warrior leader raised up in crisis. Judges were God's emergency response to Israel's chronic unfaithfulness. When the nation fell into chaos, a judge would rise to restore order. But Samson doesn't fit the pattern. Other judges gathered armies, won great battles, then ruled in peace. Gideon defeated the Midianites, then governed with wisdom. Deborah led Israel to victory, then sang songs of triumph. Their judgeships brought prosperity, security, and spiritual renewal. Samson's rule feels different, quieter, lonelier. Perhaps he held court under some ancient oak, settling disputes between farmers. Maybe he walked the border regions, his presence alone keeping Philistine raiders at bay. His reputation might have been enough to maintain peace without raising a sword. Picture him in those years. No longer the reckless young man who demanded foreign wives and made dangerous riddles. Middle-aged now, perhaps carrying the weight of his choices like stones in his chest. The fire still burns, but it burns lower, steadier. Did he marry again? The text doesn't say. Did he have children to carry on his name? Silence. Did he build a house, plant vineyards, live like other men? The record offers nothing. It's as if those 20 years existed outside normal time. Maybe that's intentional. Maybe Samson's greatest achievement wasn't what he did, but what he didn't do. For 2 decades, he held his terrible strength in check. The man who once burned Philistine fields with foxes learned to burn with quieter fires. Villages prospered in his shadow, children grew up safe, merchants traveled roads without fear. Old men sat at city gates and spoke of ordinary problems, crop yields, marriage contracts, property disputes. Normal life flourished under the protection of abnormal power. But loneliness must have been his constant companion. Who could be his equal? Who could challenge him, correct him, stand against him when passion overcame wisdom? The very strength that protected Israel also isolated its protector. Perhaps he walked at night between settlements, checking for threats, ensuring peace. A solitary figure moving through darkness, bearing responsibility too heavy for one man's shoulders. The people slept safely because their judge never rested completely. The Philistines must have tested him occasionally. Raids on border towns, attacks on trade routes, provocations meant to draw him into open war. But somehow, peace held. Perhaps Samson had learned the art of measured response. Perhaps he'd grown wise enough to know when not to fight. Or maybe the Philistines simply remembered that valley of bones. Maybe they told their children stories of the jawbone and the 1,000 dead. Maybe fear of Samson became part of their culture, passed down like a warning from generation to generation. Those 20 years represent something unique in Samson's story. Extended success without catastrophe. A time when his strength served its proper purpose, protecting the weak, maintaining justice, creating space for ordinary life to flourish. But the silence in the text suggests something else. This wasn't the life Samson was born to live. God had given him strength for conquest, not caretaking. His destiny pointed toward dramatic confrontation, not quiet administration. The tragedy of those peaceful years is that they might have been the best of Samson's life. 20 years of using his gifts responsibly, 20 years of serving others rather than serving his own desires, 20 years of being the man he could have been. Yet they're barely mentioned. History remembers the foxfires and the temple collapse. The faithful decades disappear like smoke. Perhaps that's how it always goes with people like Samson. Their failures make better stories than their successes. Their falls echo louder than their stands. As those 20 years draw to a close, middle age begins its transition into something else. The body that never knew weakness starts to whisper of mortality. The spirit that burned so bright begins to hunger for new flames. Samson's final chapter is approaching. Gaza waits in the distance. Delilah waits beyond that. The man who judged Israel for 20 quiet years is about to make choices that will end everything. But for now, in this moment, youth and doom, Samson rules wisely. The strongest man in Israel learns what it means to serve. And for 20 years, peace covers the land like gentle rain. Gaza nights, the harbinger of Delilah. The walls of Gaza rise like prayers against the desert sky. Ancient stones hold ancient secrets, and tonight they'll witness something that will become legend. Samson walks through the city gates as evening falls, drawn by desires he cannot name. Gaza isn't friendly territory. This is the heart of Philistia, the beating center of enemy power. The people here remember the valley of bones, the burning fields, the legends that make mothers clutch their children closer. Yet here walks the legend himself, alone and unafraid. He moves through narrow streets like a man in a dream. 20 years of responsible leadership seem to fall away with each step. The careful judge becomes the reckless young man again, following instincts older than wisdom. A house catches his attention. Soft lights in upper windows. The sound of women's laughter drifting down like perfume. This isn't love he's seeking, not even affection. It's something more immediate, more physical, more dangerous. The woman who meets him at the door knows exactly who he is. Everyone in Gaza knows that face, those shoulders, that way of moving through the world as if he owns it. She should run. She should scream. Instead, she smiles and names her price. What happens next unfolds in shadows and whispered words. The strongest man in Israel and a Philistine prostitute finding temporary comfort in each other's arms. It's a transaction old as time, made strange only by the identities of those involved. But Gaza's citizens don't sleep soundly when their greatest enemy lies in their midst. Word spreads through the city like fire through dry grass. Samson is here. Samson is vulnerable. Samson can be trapped. By midnight, soldiers surround the house. They post guards at every exit, every alley, every possible escape route. The plan is simple. Wait until dawn, then take him when his strength is lowest. Even legends must be weak after a night of passion. Dawn arrives gray and cold. The soldiers tighten their circle, weapons ready. Inside the house, all seems quiet. Too quiet. The kind of quiet that makes experienced warriors nervous. The front door opens. Samson emerges into morning light, alone and smiling. He looks around at the armed men as if noticing them for the first time. They raise their spears, block his path, demand surrender. He laughs. The sound echoes off stone walls like breaking glass. Then he walks past them as if they were children playing at war. When they move to stop him, he brushes them aside like insects. But the real shock comes at the city gates. Massive wooden doors bound with iron, set in stone foundations deep as a man's height. The gates that have protected Gaza for centuries. Samson examines them like a carpenter studying his work. He grasps the gateposts with both hands. Stone older than memory, thicker than tree trunks, set in place by builders long dead. The kind of fortification that should last forever. The posts crack under his grip. Mortar turns to powder. Foundations that have stood for generations simply give way. Samson lifts the entire gate structure, doors, posts, crossbar, everything, and hefts it onto his shoulders like a farmer carrying grain. The Philistines watch in stunned silence as their greatest fortification becomes one man's burden. Gates meant to keep armies out become a single warrior's trophy. The impossible made casual, the eternal made temporary. Samson doesn't run. He doesn't hurry. He walks out of Gaza carrying their gates like a merchant carrying goods to market. Behind him, the city lies open and defenseless. Ahead of him, hills rise toward Hebron. The journey to the hilltop takes hours. Gaza's gates grow heavier with each step, but Samson never falters. This isn't just about strength. It's about statement, about showing entire nations what one man can do when God's power flows through human flesh. He reaches the summit as the sun hits its peak. There, where all the land spreads out below like a map, he sets down his burden. Gaza's gates stand on Hebron's hill like monuments to impossibility. The message is clear to anyone with eyes to see. No wall can hold him. No fortress can contain him. No human defense can stand against the strength that moves through his arms. But the real message is darker. This night in Gaza reveals something troubling about Samson's character. After 20 years of wisdom, he still makes choices that put him in danger. After 2 decades of responsibility, he still follows desires that lead toward disaster. The prostitute's house was just the beginning. This taste of reckless pleasure, this flirtation with danger, this proof that he remains untouchable, it all points towards something larger coming. Somewhere in the distance, another woman waits. Not a prostitute selling temporary comfort, but something more dangerous. Someone who will study his weaknesses, learn his secrets, and turn his greatest strength against him. Delilah's shadow falls across this hilltop, though she remains unseen. Tonight's adventure is just practice for the real test coming. Tonight, Samson proved he can escape any trap, break any prison, overcome any enemy. Soon he'll discover the one trap he cannot break, the one he builds for himself. Enter Delilah. Her name falls from ancient tongues like honey mixed with poison. Delilah. In the valley of Sorek, where grapevines climb toward heaven and water runs clear as truth, she makes her home. But truth and Delilah have never been close friends. The text doesn't tell us much about her. No father named, no tribe claimed, no family history traced back through generations like other biblical women. She appears in the story like morning mist, beautiful, mysterious, and dangerous to those who mistake her for something solid. Some say she was Philistine. Others argue for Israelite blood. The uncertainty matters less than the reality. She moves between worlds like someone who belongs fully to neither. That kind of flexibility makes her perfect for what's coming. Picture her in those early days, not the scheming seductress of later legend, but a woman making her way in a hard world. Beautiful enough to attract powerful men, smart enough to survive their attention, practical enough to know that survival sometimes requires betrayal. The Valley of Sorek sits between territories. Israelite farmers work fields on one side, Philistine merchants travel roads on the other. It's the kind of place where loyalties blur, where survival matters more than patriotism, where a clever woman might build a life on the gifts God gave her. Delilah's house becomes known to travelers, not as a brothel, but as a place where wealthy men might find sophisticated company. She hosts dinners, provides entertainment, offers conversation that goes beyond the ordinary. Her reputation grows carefully, deliberately. Word reaches Samson's ears like seeds on fertile ground. Stories of a remarkable woman who lives alone, needs no protector, entertains visitors with wit as sharp as her beauty. After 20 years of isolation, such stories sound like water to a thirsty man. Their first meeting happens by accident, or so it seems. Samson travels through Sorek on some official business. His entourage stops to water their animals at the stream that gives the valley its name. Local custom demands they pay their respects to the valley's most prominent resident. Delilah receives them with perfect grace. She offers refreshment, makes appropriate conversation, shows just enough interest to be flattering without seeming eager. When Samson speaks, she listens with the kind of attention powerful men rarely receive from beautiful women. He leaves intrigued. She's different from the simple village girls he's known, different from the desperate women who throw themselves at powerful men. There's something calculating in her eyes, something that suggests depths he hasn't plumbed. The second visit happens weeks later. This time, Samson comes alone. No official business to justify the journey. Just a powerful man drawn by curiosity toward a woman who doesn't fear his reputation. They talk through the afternoon, about politics, about trade, about the small wars that flicker between their peoples. She reveals intelligence that matches her beauty, opinions that show she thinks about more than jewelry and fabric. This isn't just attraction anymore. It's fascination. The visits become regular. Samson finds himself inventing reasons to travel through Sorek. Delilah welcomes him with increasing warmth, but warmth mixed with something else, a kind of professional interest that might be mistaken for personal affection by a man unused to such attention. Neither speaks of love. What grows between them is more complex than simple romance. He represents power she's never touched. She represents sophistication he's never experienced. Each sees in the other something missing from their own life. But others watch this courtship with different eyes. Philistine lords gather in torch-lit rooms to discuss opportunities. Here is their ancient enemy, distracted by a woman. Here is their chance to remove the threat that has haunted their people for decades. They approach Delilah carefully, not as enemies demanding cooperation, but as benefactors offering reward. 1,100 pieces of silver from each lord, enough wealth to make her independent for life. All she has to do is discover the source of Samson's strength. The offer hangs in the air like incense. Delilah weighs it with the same calculating intelligence that first attracted Samson. She's not evil, not cruel, just practical. And in her world, practical people take opportunities when they come. She doesn't accept immediately. That would be amateur. Instead, she asks questions. What exactly do they want to know? How much time do they give her? What guarantees do they offer for her safety afterward? The negotiations stretch over days. Professional courtesy from one side, careful self-interest from the other. By the time they reach agreement, both sides believe they're getting the better deal. Delilah returns to her house with new purpose. The next time Samson visits, she'll be working, not as his lover or his friend, but as an agent of his enemies. The woman who seemed like salvation will become the instrument of his destruction. But first, there will be games, tests disguised as pillow talk, lies dressed up as intimate conversation. The strongest man in Israel is about to discover that some traps are baited with genuine affection, and some hunters are beautiful enough to make their prey eager to be caught. Love or transaction? The question hangs between them like evening mist over the valley of Sorek. What exactly is this thing that draws Samson back again and again? What keeps Delilah's door open and her wine flowing when he arrives unannounced? Samson believes it's love, or something close enough to love to make the loneliness bearable. For 20 years, he's carried the weight of Israel's safety on shoulders built for battle. No equals, no confidants. no one who sees past the legend to touch the man underneath. Delilah offers something different. When he speaks, she listens with eyes that suggest understanding. When he laughs, she laughs with him rather than at him. When he reveals doubts that would terrify his own people, she accepts them without judgment. She creates the illusion of intimacy with professional skill. Her questions probe gently, never demanding, always interested. She remembers details from previous conversations, builds on them, makes him feel heard in ways he's never experienced. But Delilah operates under different rules. The silver promised by the Philistine lords has changed everything. What might have been genuine affection becomes calculation. What could have been real connection becomes performance. She studies him like a scholar studies ancient texts, his moods, his desires, his weaknesses. Every visit teaches her something new about the strongest man alive. Every conversation adds another piece to the puzzle she's been hired to solve. The dance between them grows more complex with each meeting. Samson, hungry for connection, reveals more of himself than wisdom would advise. Delilah, playing her assigned role, encourages these revelations while hiding her true purpose. They spend evenings in her garden, sharing wine and conversation. The setting feels intimate, romantic, removed from the harsh realities of their divided world. Here, they're not Israelite judge and Philistine agent. They're simply man and woman finding comfort in each other's company. But comfort comes at a price. Samson begins to need these visits the way other men need water. The loneliness that drove him to Gaza drives him deeper into Delilah's web. Each evening together makes the next separation harder to bear. Delilah feels the trap closing around both of them. Her assignment seemed simple at first: discover his secret and claim her reward. But Samson's genuine neediness complicates everything. It's harder to betray someone who trusts you completely. Still, 1,100 pieces of silver from each lord represents more wealth than she could earn in several lifetimes. That kind of money buys freedom, security, a future without dependence on any man's whims. The practical choice remains clear. The Philistine lords grow impatient. They expect results, not romance. Their messages become more pointed, their expectations clearer. They've paid for information, and they want delivery. Delilah begins her real work. During quiet moments, she starts asking different kinds of questions. What makes him so strong? Has he ever been weak? Are there times when his power fails him? The questions come wrapped in playful curiosity, disguised as lover's interest. Samson notices the change but misinterprets it. He assumes her growing interest in his strength reflects deeper feelings. What man wouldn't be flattered by a beautiful woman's fascination with his greatest gift? The trap tightens gradually. Each conversation draws more information from him. Each intimate evening reveals more about the source of his power. Delilah plays her role perfectly, interested but not demanding, curious but not suspicious. Yet something unexpected happens as the game continues. Spending so much time with Samson, seeing his loneliness and desperate need for connection, Delilah begins to feel something approaching genuine affection. Not love, perhaps, but something warmer than pure calculation. This complicates her mission. It's easier to betray a stranger than someone you've learned to care about. It's simpler to destroy a legend than a lonely man who brings you flowers and speaks of his dreams. But the silver still waits. The Philistine lords still demand results. And Delilah has spent too many years surviving by her wits to let sentiment override survival now. The final phase of her plan begins to take shape. She'll have to push harder, demand more, risk everything on one decisive gambit. The man who trusts her completely will have to be broken by that very trust. What started as a transaction has become something more complex. But complexity doesn't change the ending, only the pain involved in reaching it. Both hunter and prey are about to discover that some games cost more than anyone expects to pay. In the valley of Sorek, evening mist rises from the stream. Soon it will carry the sound of weeping. But for now, it only carries the whisper of two voices, planning futures that will never come to pass. The first 3 lies. The game begins with gentle words spoken in lamplight. Delilah traces patterns on Samson's chest as he lies beside her, wine-heavy and relaxed. Her voice carries the lazy warmth of satisfied lovers everywhere. "Tell me," she whispers, "where your great strength lies." The question floats between them like incense smoke. Casual, curious, intimate. and how you might be bound to subdue you. Samson should hear warning bells, should notice the specific phrasing, the careful word choice, the way she asks not just about strength, but about binding. Instead, he hears only a woman's playful interest in her lover's mysteries. He decides to play along. After all, what harm can come from games between lovers? What danger exists in pillow talk shared with someone who clearly adores him? The strongest man alive has never learned to fear the strength of the heart. If they bind me with 7 fresh bowstrings that have not been dried, he tells her, grinning like a boy sharing secrets, then I shall become weak and be like any other man. It's a perfect lie, specific enough to sound true, exotic enough to explain his power, false enough to keep him safe. Samson congratulates himself on his cleverness. Let her wonder about mysterious bowstrings while his real secret remains secure. Delilah accepts the information with appropriate amazement. She asks follow-up questions, marvels at the strangeness of such a weakness, plays the part of fascinated lover to perfection. When Samson sleeps, she slips away to make arrangements. The Philistine lords provide 7 fresh bowstrings by morning, made from animal sinew, still moist from recent preparation. They hide in Delilah's chambers while she prepares the trap. Today, they believe, the nightmare ends. That evening, Delilah welcomes Samson with extra wine and heightened attention. She leads him to her bedroom, helps him recline on comfortable cushions, waits for sleep to claim him. When his breathing deepens, she signals her hidden allies. The bowstrings slip around his wrists like whispered promises. 7 fresh cords, still damp with life, binding the hands that have toppled armies. The Philistine lords hold their breath as the knots tighten. Finally, after all these years, their enemy lies helpless. The Philistines are upon you, Samson, Delilah cries out, playing her part in the agreed script. Her voice carries just the right note of alarm, as if she too has been surprised by this sudden attack. Samson wakes instantly. The bowstrings snap like spider webs in morning dew. He sits up, stretches, looks around at the empty room with mild confusion. The Philistine lords melt back into shadows, their hopes broken like their worthless bonds. But something has changed. Delilah sees it in his eyes, a flicker of suspicion, a moment of calculation. He's not completely naive. The coincidence of attack following confession registers somewhere behind his casual smile. You mocked me and told me lies, she says, pouting prettily. Her wounded tone suggests betrayed trust rather than failed conspiracy. Please tell me how you might be bound. The second lie comes easier than the first. Samson has tasted the game now, enjoyed the thrill of deception mixed with intimacy. If she wants to play, he'll give her something better to work with. If they bind me with new ropes that have never been used, he tells her, pulling her close, then I shall become weak and be like any other man. New ropes, unused bonds. Again, the lie carries perfect detail mixed with perfect falsehood. Samson seems to enjoy crafting these deceptions, as if testing how far he can push the game before it breaks. The pattern repeats. Delilah accepts the information, makes her secret arrangements, prepares her trap. When evening comes, she welcomes him with the same wine, the same warmth, the same careful attention to his comfort and pleasure. This time, the Philistine lords bring ropes thick as a man's wrist, never used, still stiff with newness. They coil them in Delilah's chambers like sleeping serpents waiting for their moment to strike. The binding happens as before. Sleep, signal, swift action. The ropes encircle Samson's massive frame, pulled tight by desperate hands. Surely these bonds will hold where bowstrings failed. Surely thickness will succeed where number could not. The Philistines are upon you, Samson. Delilah's cry splits the night again. Same words, same tone, same careful performance of surprised alarm. The ropes snap like dried grass in summer heat. Samson stands, shakes off the broken bonds, surveys the empty room with growing amusement. The game continues, but the stakes are rising with each round. Delilah's frustration isn't entirely performance now. 2 failures sting her professional pride. The Philistine lords question her methods, doubt her ability, threaten to find other solutions. Pressure builds from all sides. Until now, you have mocked me and told me lies, she says again. But this time, real irritation edges her voice. The wounded lover act becomes easier to maintain when genuine annoyance supports it. The third lie reveals Samson's growing confidence in the game. He's testing limits now, seeing how elaborate his deceptions can become. while still maintaining the pretense of shared secrets. If you weave the 7 locks of my head with the web and fasten it with the pin, he tells her, then I shall become weak and be like any other man. This lie is more complex, more intimate. It involves his hair, the visible sign of his Nazi right vow, but it's still false, still safe, still designed to protect his real secret while feeding her apparent hunger for information. The third attempt follows familiar patterns. Delilah prepares her trap with growing desperation. The Philistine lords watch with diminishing patience. Samson arrives with increasing confidence in his ability to control the situation. But this time the process takes longer. Weaving 7 locks into a loom's web requires patience, skill, delicate work. Delilah labors over the sleeping Samson like an artist perfecting her masterpiece. When finished, his hair lies woven into the fabric on her loom, held fast by the weaver's pin. For a moment, looking down at him, she almost believes this will work. The binding seems so complete, so integral to his very being. The Philistines are upon you, Samson. The cry has become ritual now, a liturgy of repeated failure and stubborn hope. Samson wakes and stands in one smooth motion. Hair tears free from the loom, taking threads and pins with it. The careful weaving becomes scattered debris in seconds. Another trap broken, another failure recorded. But this time, Samson doesn't just break free. He looks directly at Delilah with eyes that see too much. The game has lasted long enough to reveal its true nature. Trust has been tested and found wanting. Yet he says nothing, asks no questions, makes no accusations. Perhaps he's not ready to end whatever this is between them. Perhaps the loneliness runs too deep to sacrifice even a false connection. Or perhaps he simply enjoys the game too much to stop playing. After 20 years of predictable authority, this dance of deception offers excitement he's forgotten how to find elsewhere. 3 lies told, 3 traps broken, 3 failures recorded. But the game isn't over. If anything, it's approaching its most dangerous phase. The next conversation will determine whether love or transaction wins this ancient contest. In the valley of Sorek, dawn breaks over scattered rope and broken bowstrings. Evidence of failure litters Delilah's floor like the remnants of trust. Soon, someone will have to tell the truth. The question is whether either of them can survive hearing it. Breaking point. How can you say you love me? Days pass like stones dropping into deep water. Each visit feels heavier than the last. Each conversation carries weight that neither Samson nor Delilah quite knows how to lift. The game has become something else, a test of wills disguised as intimacy. Delilah's pressure increases with each failed attempt. Her playful questions become pointed demands. Her gentle curiosity transforms into relentless pursuit. The woman who once welcomed him with wine and laughter now greets him with eyes full of hungry need. How can you say you love me when your heart is not with me? The accusation cuts through evening air like a blade through silk. 3 times now, she's trusted his words. 3 times, he's made her look foolish before the Philistine lords who grow less patient with each failure. Samson tries to deflect with humor, with passion, with the easy charm that has carried him through decades of difficult conversations. But Delilah will not be distracted. Her focus has sharpened to a point that threatens to draw blood. You have mocked me these 3 times and have not told me where your great strength lies. Her voice carries notes he's never heard before. Desperation mixed with determination, hurt feelings twisted together with cold calculation. The complaints begin to wear him down like water wearing stone. Every day brings fresh accusations. Every visit becomes an interrogation wrapped in the language of wounded love. She speaks of trust betrayed, of intimacy dishonored, of love offered and rejected. Samson finds no peace in her presence anymore. The refuge he sought in Sorek has become another battleground. The woman who offered escape from responsibility now presents the heaviest burden of all, the weight of another person's relentless need. But he cannot stay away. 20 years of isolation have created a hunger that false intimacy cannot satisfy, but also cannot be easily abandoned. Even compromised connection feels better than perfect loneliness. Even manipulated affection seems preferable to complete solitude. Delilah senses his growing weakness and presses harder. She alternates between anger and hurt, between accusation and pleading. One moment she's the wronged lover demanding honesty. The next she's the patient woman asking only for trust. Day after day, she pressed him hard and urged him, the ancient text records with devastating simplicity. No single conversation breaks him. Instead, constant pressure does what no army could accomplish. It makes the strongest man in Israel consider surrender. Sleep becomes elusive. Food loses its taste. Even wine cannot wash away the constant sound of her voice, asking the same questions, demanding the same truth, pressing the same bruised places in his spirit. His own people seem distant now, their problems small compared to this intimate war. The responsibilities that once felt crushing now seem simple compared to one woman's relentless pursuit of his deepest secret. Delilah varies her tactics with professional skill. Sometimes she withdraws completely, making him wonder if he's lost her forever. Other times she overwhelms him with attention, as if trying to drown his resistance in waves of manufactured affection. She speaks of other men who trust their lovers completely. She tells stories of warriors who shared their deepest secrets with women worthy of such confidence. She paints pictures of the intimacy possible between two people who hide nothing from each other. What kind of love holds back the heart's truth? She asks during one particularly intense confrontation. What kind of man claims to care while keeping the most important part of himself locked away? The questions echo in empty spaces between their meetings. Samson finds himself thinking about them during official duties, pondering them during sleepless nights, wrestling with them in moments when his guard should be highest. Slowly, imperceptibly, her logic begins to make sense. If he truly loves her, why not trust her with everything? If their connection means anything, why preserve secrets that create distance between them? If intimacy requires vulnerability, why continue playing games that prevent real closeness? The irony escapes him completely. The man who has never trusted anyone completely begins to consider complete trust with someone who deserves it least. The warrior who survived decades of political intrigue prepares to surrender his greatest secret to someone working for his enemies. But Delilah's performance has become too perfect, her desperation too real. The silver promised by the Philistine lords has become secondary to her need to break this man who refuses to be broken. Victory over Samson has become personal now. His soul was vexed to death, Scripture records with clinical precision. The strongest body in the world cannot endure what his spirit faces daily. The man who never knew physical defeat discovers emotional exhaustion beyond anything he imagined possible. Something will have to give. Either he tells her the truth, or he stops coming to Sorek entirely. Either he satisfies her hunger for his secret, or he accepts the loneliness that has haunted him for 20 years. The choice approaches like storm clouds gathering on distant horizons. Soon, very soon, Samson will have to decide whether the risk of complete honesty outweighs the certainty of continued pressure. In the valley of Sorek, evening shadows grow longer. Tomorrow will bring another conversation, another test, another opportunity to choose between solitude and vulnerability. The strongest man alive stands on the edge of his greatest decision. Behind her patient smile, Delilah sharpens the weapons that will destroy him, but they are forged from his own loneliness, tempered in his own need, and sharpened on his own desperate desire to be fully known by another human being. The trap is almost ready. The prey grows weaker by the day. Soon, very soon, the game will reach its inevitable end. The hair is cut. The Lord leaves him. The truth spills from his lips like water from a broken dam. All the careful lies, all the elaborate deceptions, all the playful games, they crumble in the face of one woman's relentless pursuit and one man's crushing need to be completely known. A razor has never come upon my head, Samson whispers into the darkness of Delilah's chamber. His voice carries the weight of surrender, the relief of finally setting down a burden too heavy to bear alone. For I have been a Nazirite to God from my mother's womb. The words hang in air thick with incense and betrayal. Everything that makes him who he is lies exposed between them now. The secret that has defined his existence, the source that has powered his legend, the mystery that has protected him for 40 years. If my head is shaved, then my strength will leave me, and I shall become weak and be like any other man. The confession continues like water finding its level, flowing toward inevitable conclusion. There can be no taking back words that have already changed everything. Delilah accepts this revelation with the same careful attention she gave his lies. But something in her stillness tells him this time is different. This time, she believes. This time, the game reaches its end. She soothes him with wine and gentle touches. Her hands smooth his forehead, ease the tension from shoulders that have carried impossible weight. For once, her affection feels genuine. Perhaps because victory makes generosity easier. Perhaps because endings deserve their own kind of tenderness. Sleep comes to Samson like mercy to the condemned. Deep, dreamless rest that offers escape from the constant pressure of her questions. His breathing steadies, his massive frame relaxes completely. The strongest man alive becomes as vulnerable as a sleeping child. Delilah waits until moonlight confirms his stillness. Then she signals, and shadows move in corners of the room. But not armed men this time. Instead, a single figure approaches with tools of a different trade. A barber hired for work that requires steadier hands than warriors possess. The cutting begins with ceremonial care. 7 locks of hair, each one thick as rope, each one carrying the weight of divine promise. The razor moves with practiced precision, separating Samson from the visible sign of his sacred calling. Each severed lock falls to the floor like a small death. Black hair that has never known metal's touch, curls that have grown wild and free since birth, the crown that marked him as different from every other man, all of it becomes debris scattered around his sleeping form. The work proceeds in perfect silence. No one speaks. No one breathes louder than necessary. The only sound comes from the razor's whisper against hair and the soft impact of locks hitting the floor. When finished, the barber steps back to examine his work. Samson's head appears strangely small without its mane. His features seem different, less imposing, more human. The legendary warrior looks almost ordinary in his nakedness. But the real change runs deeper than appearance. Something fundamental has shifted in the room's atmosphere. The sense of barely contained power that always surrounded Samson, that feeling of storm clouds gathering, of lightning waiting to strike, simply vanishes. Delilah feels the difference immediately. The man sleeping beside her no longer seems larger than life. The presence that once filled her chambers like invisible thunder has diminished to merely human proportions. The spell that made him untouchable has been broken by sharp metal and patient work. The Philistines are upon you, Samson. For the 4th time, she cries the warning that signals attack. But this time, her voice carries certainty instead of hope. This time, she knows the bonds will hold. Samson wakes as he has 3 times before, the same reflexes, the same confidence, the same expectation that whatever binds him will snap like twigs in his hands. But when he tries to stand, the ropes hold firm. Confusion replaces confidence in seconds. He pulls against his bonds with growing desperation. The strength that has never failed him simply isn't there. The power that defined his existence has departed like morning mist before the sun. He did not know that the Lord had left him. The simple sentence carries tragedy beyond measurement. The man who built his identity on divine strength faces its absence without understanding why. The warrior who never questioned his gifts discovers their cost only after payment is due. Philistine soldiers pour into the chamber like water through broken dam. They bind him with chains thick enough for elephants. They surround him with spears and swords and shields. After decades of fear, they finally treat him like any other prisoner. But Samson still doesn't understand. He struggles against the metal bonds, expecting them to part like all the others. He calls upon strength that no longer answers. He reaches for power that has already departed for destinations unknown. The realization dawns slowly, terribly. The hair scattered around his feet tells part of the story. The woman watching from across the room tells another part. But the deepest truth remains hidden, that strength was always gift, never right. That power belonged to God, not man. That the source could withdraw as easily as it had given. Delilah collects her payment with hands that shake slightly. 1,100 pieces of silver from each lord, more wealth than she has ever imagined. But the metal feels cold against her palms. Victory tastes different than she expected. They drag Samson from her chamber like butchers dragging livestock to slaughter. The strongest man in Israel becomes just another prisoner, shuffling toward whatever fate his enemies have prepared. Behind him, severed hair lies scattered like broken promises. In the valley of Sorek, dawn breaks over a world forever changed. The legend is finished. The nightmare is over. The man who seemed immortal has proven painfully human, but hair grows back, and sometimes in the darkness before destruction, even departed strength can return for one final act. The story isn't finished. The ending hasn't been written. The strongest man alive has one more surprise waiting in the shadows. Blinded in Gaza, the bronze shackles bite deep into his wrists. Samson cannot see them anymore, but he feels their weight with every breath. The Philistines had done their work well. 2 swift cuts with heated blades, and the eyes that once blazed with divine fire now weep blood and tears into empty sockets. Gaza celebrates around him. The same city whose gates he once carried away on his shoulders now holds him captive. Children throw stones, women spit. Men who once fled at the mention of his name now laugh and point at the stumbling giant. They lead him through streets he walked freely just days before. His feet know these stones, these turns, these familiar scents of bread and fish and incense. But now everything feels different. The world has shrunk to sounds and smells and the constant ache where light used to live. The prison waits at the city's heart, not the dungeons beneath the temple, but something worse. A grinding house where grain becomes flour and proud men become beasts of burden. The millstone sits massive and patient, worn smooth by countless hands and endless circles. They chain him to the stone. The iron collar fits snug around his neck, connected by heavy links to the grinding wheel. His world becomes a circle 20 feet wide. Round and round, push and turn, grain falling like sand through an hourglass measuring out his shame. The work breaks stronger men in weeks, but Samson's body, even stripped of its supernatural power, still carries the memory of strength. His shoulders, broad as a doorframe, lean into the stone. His legs, thick as tree trunks, find their rhythm. Push, turn, step, breathe. Other prisoners work beside him, thieves and debtors mostly. Men who whispered prayers to gods that never answered. They watch this fallen judge with mixture of pity and fear. Even blind and chained, something dangerous lingers about him, something that makes them step carefully when they pass. The guards take turns watching him. Young Philistine soldiers who grew up hearing stories of the Hebrew strongman, how he killed 1,000 with a donkey's jaw, how he carried away their city gates, how he burned their fields with flaming foxes. Now they see him stumbling in circles, and some laugh, others just stare. Days blur into nights, blur into days. The rhythm of the millstone becomes his heartbeat. His hands, once capable of tearing lions apart, grow calloused from pushing stone. His feet wear paths in the dirt floor. His mind wanders to places he cannot reach. Sometimes he remembers her voice, Delilah, speaking his name like a lullaby, the weight of her head on his chest, the gentle touch of her fingers in his hair. Even now, knowing what she did, part of him misses the softness of those moments. Love and betrayal tangle together in memory like morning vines. The Philistine lords visit occasionally. 5 rulers of 5 cities come to gawk at their prize. They discuss him like farmers examining livestock. Some suggest he should be killed outright. Others argue his value as entertainment. Let the people see their monster reduced to this. Let them know their gods are stronger. Temple priests come too, servants of Dagon with their fish-scaled robes and sacred oils. They chant prayers of thanksgiving. Their God has delivered Israel's champion into their hands. The wheat he grinds will feed their celebrations. The flour will become bread for their festivals. Seasons change outside the grinding house. He hears rain on the roof, feels winter's chill through stone walls. Spring brings new scents through the windows, flowers and fresh grain and the salt tang of sea winds. Summer heat makes the work harder, sweat stinging his ruined sockets. His body adapts. Muscles that once lifted city gates now learn the patient strength of endurance. His hearing sharpens. Footsteps tell him who approaches. Voices carry further meaning. The subtle shift of wind speaks of weather changes. Blindness teaches him to read the world differently. Guards gossip about the outside. Israel remains quiet. No armies march to rescue their fallen judge. No miraculous deliverance comes. The tribes seem content to let him rot in this Philistine prison. Perhaps they remember his arrogance. Perhaps they blame him for their current troubles. Night brings dreams that feel more real than waking. He flies over hilltops and valleys, his sight restored, his strength returned. He walks free through fields of wheat and barley. He holds a woman who loves him without betrayal. He serves his God without pride or rebellion. Then morning comes. The chains remain, the darkness stays, the millstone waits for another day of endless turning. Some prisoners go mad from the work, the endless circles, the constant noise, the crushing weight of futility. They begin talking to themselves, or to invisible companions, or to gods who never answer. Samson hears them weeping in the night, their minds snapped like dry twigs. But madness does not take him. Something deeper sustains his spirit. Not hope exactly, but something harder to name. A stubborn core that refuses to break completely. The same quality that let him fight on when outnumbered. The same fire that burned in him since childhood. His fingernails grow long and crack against the stone. His beard, once trim and oiled, becomes wild and matted. His hair, shorn close by Delilah's blade, begins its slow return. Coarse and gray now, but growing. The Philistines notice, but do not worry. Hair means nothing without the Nazirite vow. That sacred bond was broken forever when he revealed his secret, when he violated every promise made before his birth, when he chose a woman's touch over God's calling. Yet still it grows, slowly, like hope returning to a dead heart, like strength building in tired muscles, like faith stirring in the ashes of despair. The hair begins to grow again. 3 months pass before anyone notices. A guard comments on the prisoner's appearance during the morning shift change. The Hebrew's hair grows faster than normal men. Already it covers her ears, curls at his neck. Samson runs his fingers through the growing strands each night. The texture feels familiar yet strange. Coarser than before, streaked with silver that wasn't there in his youth. Each day brings a little more length, a little more weight on his shoulders. Memory carries him back to childhood. His mother's hands braiding his hair for the first time, whispering prayers with each twist of the strands. The Nazirite vow made physical. No razor shall touch his head. The words echo now in the grinding house darkness. Other changes come with the growing hair. Subtle at first, his sleep grows deeper, filled with dreams that pulse with color and meaning. His appetite increases. Food tastes richer, more alive on his tongue. Even prison bread carries flavors he never noticed before. The millstone work becomes easier, not because his supernatural strength returns, but because his natural power slowly builds. Muscles remember their former glory. Tendons stretch and strengthen. His body recalls what it felt like to be more than human. Fellow prisoners whisper among themselves, something different about the blind Hebrew. The way he moves, the steadiness of his breathing, the calm that settles over the grinding house when he works. Even the rats seem less aggressive in his presence. Philistine soldiers notice too. Veterans who served when Samson terrorized their borders study him with new wariness. Young recruits who never faced him in battle ask questions. Is this really the same man who once broke free from ropes like cobwebs, who slaughtered their brothers with farming tools? The hair grows longer. Past his shoulders now, thick and dark despite the gray. He feels its weight when he turns his head, feels it brush against his back when he leans into the millstone, feels something stirring deep in his chest that tastes like power, but not the old power, that wild, reckless force that erupted without warning or control. This feels different, quieter, more patient, like strength that has learned wisdom through suffering. His prayers change too. Gone are the desperate bargains and angry demands. No more crying out for immediate rescue or terrible vengeance. Instead, something deeper emerges. Conversations with the God he betrayed, confessions whispered in the pre-dawn darkness. The guilt weighs heavier than any chain. Every broken vow, every moment of prideful rebellion, every choice that led him further from his calling. The weight of 20 years spent serving himself instead of his people, the crushing realization of what he could have been. Yet, with confession comes something unexpected. Not forgiveness exactly, but the possibility of it, like dawn light creeping across a horizon, like water in a desert place, like hair growing back on a shorn head. Sleep brings visions now, not dreams of escape or revenge, but glimpses of something larger. The cycles of history, Israel's endless spiral of sin and redemption, the pattern he fits into, the role he was born to play. He sees other judges before him, Deborah with her wisdom, Gideon with his reluctant courage, Jephthah with his tragic victory, each flawed, each failing, each still used by God for purposes beyond their understanding. The hair reaches his waist. Guards make jokes about the shaggy prisoner, but their laughter carries nervous edges. Rumors spread through Gaza. Some say the Hebrew giant plots escape. Others claim he practices dark magic in his cell. A few suggest they should cut his hair again, just to be safe. But the prison administrators dismiss such fears. What danger could a blind man pose? What threat could come from spends his days grinding grain like an ox? Let the people see him with his wild hair and vacant sockets. Let them remember that even Hebrew champions fall to Philistine might. Samson listens to their debates through the grinding house walls. He understands their language now, picked up during months of captivity. Their confidence amuses him. Their blindness to what grows in the darkness makes him almost smile. His body continues changing. Not just stronger, but more aware. He feels the grain's texture as it passes through the stone. Hears conversations 3 rooms away. Smells rain approaching hours before it arrives. Blindness sharpens every other sense to supernatural keenness. The hair now hangs past his hips, thick as a horse's mane. Dark as midnight, except for silver threads that catch what little light filters through the prison windows. When he walks, it sways with each step. When he works, he ties it back with strips of cloth. Something else grows with the hair. Purpose. Not the old arrogant certainty, but something harder and cleaner. Understanding creeps through his spirit like morning light. He begins to see why everything happened as it did, why he had to fall, why he had to lose everything. The God of Israel works in strange ways. Sometimes the greatest victories require the greatest sacrifices. Sometimes the most important battles can only be won by losing everything else first. His prayers deepen, hours spent in wordless communion with the divine, not begging for deliverance but accepting whatever comes, not demanding justice but seeking understanding, not claiming righteousness but confessing sin. The millstone turns, the grain falls, the hair grows, and in the darkness of a Philistine prison, something new takes shape. Something that was always meant to be, something that could only emerge from the ashes of what was. The Temple of Dagon, Festival of Vengeance. Spring arrives in Gaza with warm winds and festival preparations. The city buzzes with activity as merchants set up stalls and pilgrims stream through the gates. Banners hang from every building. Incense smoke drifts from countless altars. The air itself seems to pulse with anticipation. Dagon's great temple dominates the city center. Massive stone pillars support a roof that could shelter thousands. The architecture speaks of power and permanence. Here dwells the fish god of the Philistines, half man and half sea creature, lord of grain and ocean alike. The festival celebrates victory. 1 year has passed since Delilah delivered Samson into their hands. 1 year since their greatest enemy was captured, blinded, and broken. The priests declare a day of thanksgiving. All 5 Philistine cities send delegations to join the celebration. Crowds gather from dawn onward. Nobles arrive in horse-drawn chariots. Merchants close their shops to attend. Farmers leave their fields. Fishermen abandon their nets. Even slaves receive holiday freedom to witness this display of divine favor. Inside the temple, preparations reach fever pitch. Altars overflow with offerings. Hundreds of animals await sacrifice. Wine flows like water. The great statue of Dagon gleams with fresh oil and gold leaf, its fish-scaled body reflecting torchlight like captured stars. The 5 lords of Philistia occupy places of honor. Each rules a major city: Gaza, Ashkelon, Ashdod, Ekron, and Gath. Together they command armies that stretch from Egypt's border to the hills of Judah. Today they celebrate their collective triumph over Israel's champion. Musicians fill the air with celebratory sounds. Harps and lyres, drums and cymbals, horns and flutes create a symphony of joy. Dancers weave between the pillars, their movements telling stories of Dagon's victories over foreign gods. The crowd swells until the temple can hold no more. 3,000 people pack the main hall. More gather on the roof, taking advantage of the flat stone surface. Children perch on their fathers' shoulders, women lean from windows. Everyone wants to witness this historic celebration. Priests in scaled robes lead the ceremonies. They chant ancient hymns in languages older than memory. They pour libations of wine and oil. They burn incense until the air grows thick with sacred smoke. The rituals follow patterns established centuries before. At the ceremony's height, the crowd's mood shifts from celebration to something darker. Voices call for entertainment. Someone suggests bringing out their famous prisoner. Let the people see the fallen Hebrew champion. Let them mock the man who once terrorized their cities. The suggestion spreads like wildfire. Thousands of voices take up the chant. Bring out Samson, show us the blind judge, let us see how mighty he looks now. The demand becomes a roar that shakes the temple walls. The lords of Philistia exchange glances. This wasn't planned, but the people's will seems clear. Why not display their trophy? Let the crowd see how completely they've broken Israel's strongest man. Let them laugh at the enemy who once seemed invincible. Guards receive their orders. March to the prison. Bring the Hebrew. Chain him well, but make sure everyone can see him clearly. This will be the festival's crowning moment, the ultimate proof of Dagon's supremacy over Israel's God. The grinding house falls silent when soldiers arrive. Samson hears their approach long before they speak. Multiple footsteps, the clink of armor, whispered conversations. He continues pushing the millstone until they call his name. Hebrew, your people want to see you. The guard captain's voice carries cruel amusement. The whole city has gathered to celebrate your defeat. They want to remember what you look like. Samson straightens slowly. His hair, now grown past his waist, catches what little light filters through the windows. His massive frame still fills doorways. Even blind and captive, something about him makes the soldiers step back involuntarily. They lead him through Gaza's streets with chains on his arms and a rope around his neck. Word spreads faster than their procession moves. People pour from houses and shops to see the spectacle. Some throw garbage, others simply stare in amazement. The man they remember from stories was terrifying in his power. This figure seems different. Still huge, still dangerous, but changed somehow. The wild arrogance is gone. In its place sits something harder to define. Dignity, perhaps, or resignation, or something deeper. The temple crowd erupts when he appears. 3,000 voices raised in mockery and celebration. Some laugh, others curse. Many simply stare at this legendary figure, reduced to a stumbling prisoner. They position him between the two main pillars that support the temple's center. These massive columns, carved from single blocks of stone, hold up the entire roof structure. Each stands 3 feet thick and 30 feet tall. Together, they bear the weight of stone slabs that shelter the crowd. Guards secure his chains to iron rings set in the floor. He cannot move more than a few steps in any direction. The arrangement puts him on display while keeping him safely restrained, or so they believe. The crowd's mood turns festive again. Wine passes freely. Food vendors work the edges of the gathering. Children dart between adult legs, playing games and laughing. The atmosphere feels more like a harvest celebration than a religious ceremony. Samson stands silent between the pillars, his head bowed, his long hair hiding his face. Some in the crowd expect him to rage or struggle or curse his captors. Instead, he seems almost peaceful. His breathing stays steady. His shoulders remain straight despite the chains. A few observers notice something odd about his appearance. His hair has grown remarkably long for a prisoner. His frame seems fuller than a grinding house diet should allow. His skin, though pale from months without sunlight, carries a healthy tone that speaks of inner strength. But most see only what they expect to see. A broken enemy, a defeated champion, living proof that their God is stronger than Israel's deity, the ultimate trophy in their war against the Hebrew tribes. The priests of Dagon lead fresh prayers of thanksgiving. They praise their God for delivering this enemy into their hands. They offer sacrifices in gratitude for the victory. They promise continued faithfulness in exchange for continued protection. As afternoon shadows lengthen, the celebration reaches new heights. More wine flows, voices grow louder, the mood becomes increasingly reckless. Some suggest they should kill the prisoner here as a final offering to Dagon. Others want to keep him alive for future entertainment. Samson listens to their debates with growing understanding. He hears the drunken boasting, the crude jokes, the casual blasphemy against his God. Something stirs in his chest that has nothing to do with personal revenge. His lips begin moving in silent prayer. Not the desperate pleas of his early captivity, but something deeper. A conversation with the divine that spans years of rebellion and months of repentance. Words that carry the weight of acceptance and the power of surrender. The crowd notices nothing. They continue their celebration, unaware that something fundamental has shifted in the space between those ancient pillars, something that will change everything before the sun sets on Gaza. Let me die with the Philistines. Evening light slants through the temple windows, painting everything in shades of gold and amber. The celebration shows no signs of slowing. If anything, the crowd grows more boisterous as wine and triumph fuel their revelry. Samson has stood between the pillars for hours now. His legs ache from the chains. His shoulders burn from the awkward position. But his mind has never been clearer. Something builds within him, pressure like water behind a dam. Not anger exactly, though anger plays its part. Something deeper. Purpose, perhaps. Or destiny finally accepting its shape. A young Philistine soldier approaches, sent by his captain to check the prisoner's restraints. The boy can't be more than 17, with smooth cheeks and nervous eyes. He's heard the stories about this Hebrew giant, but seeing him chained and blind makes the legends seem like children's tales. "Are you thirsty?" The guard's voice carries unexpected kindness. Perhaps the festival spirit has softened him. Perhaps he simply feels pity for a fellow human reduced to spectacle. Samson lifts his head, his empty sockets turn toward the sound. "I am thirsty," he says quietly, "but not for water." The guard doesn't understand, but he fetches a cup anyway, holds it to the prisoner's lips. Samson drinks deeply, grateful for the small mercy. The water tastes of stone and minerals, nothing like the sweet wells of his homeland. "What do you thirst for, then?" the young man asks. Samson considers the question. What does he want in this moment? Revenge? Freedom? His sight restored? His strength returned? All of those things, perhaps. But something else burns stronger. "Justice," he says finally, "for my people, for my God, for the vows I broke and the trust I betrayed." The guard shifts uncomfortably. Such talk makes him nervous. He's heard that Hebrew prisoners sometimes go mad from their defeat. Start believing their God will rescue them. Better to keep things light. "You don't look like the stories," he says instead. "They said you were a monster, a demon in human shape, but you seem ordinary." Samson almost smiles at that. Ordinary. If only the boy knew how ordinary he really was, how human, how prone to the same weaknesses that topple any man. "Monsters are made, not born," he says. "I made myself into something terrible through pride and selfishness, but even monsters can remember what they were meant to be." The crowd's noise swells again. Someone has begun telling stories about Samson's defeats. Each tale grows more elaborate in the telling. How many Philistines he killed, how many cities he terrorized, how completely they've now broken him. Samson listens to the exaggerations with something like amusement. They make him sound like a force of nature rather than a man. Perhaps that's easier for them to accept than the truth, that one flawed human being caused them so much fear. The afternoon progresses toward evening. Shadows lengthen across the temple floor. Torches are lit to supplement the failing daylight. The celebration takes on a different character as darkness approaches. More primitive. More connected to ancient fears and older gods. A priest approaches the pillars, swinging a censer of burning incense. The smoke stings Samson's nose and throat. Behind the spices lies something else, the smell of burned flesh from afternoon sacrifices. The altar has been busy today. "Do you smell that, Hebrew?" The priest's voice carries malicious satisfaction. "Those are offerings to mighty Dagon. Your God could not protect you. Your strength meant nothing. Your people have abandoned you to die alone among enemies." The words are meant to wound, but they bounce off like stones thrown at a mountain. Samson has spent months examining his failures. He knows exactly how he fell. He understands precisely what he lost. The priest's taunts carry no power to hurt him further. Instead, something else stirs in response. Not anger at the insults, but grief for what this celebration represents. 3,000 people praising a false god, a nation that has forgotten the one who brought them out of Egypt. A land where idolatry reigns and justice sleeps. His prayers deepen. The words come without conscious thought, rising from depths he didn't know existed. Not pleading for personal deliverance, but interceding for his people. For Israel, for the covenant that seems so broken. "Lord God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob," he whispers, "remember your people. Remember your promises. Remember your servant who failed you so completely." The prayer shifts, becomes something else. Not a request for forgiveness, though he needs that desperately. Not a plea for restoration, though he wants that beyond measure. Something simpler and more terrible. "Use me one last time. Let my death accomplish what my life could not. Let these enemies of your people taste your power through their victory celebration." His hair stirs in a breeze that shouldn't exist inside the temple. The torchlight flickers. Something changes in the air pressure, subtle but unmistakable. The God of Israel is listening. More than listening, responding. Power flows back into his limbs, not gradually, like his hair growing over months, but suddenly. Like lightning striking, like dam breaking, like 20 years of supernatural strength returning in a single heartbeat. His hands clench into fists. The chains that held him now feel like spider webs. The iron collar around his neck becomes brittle as clay. He could break free now if he chose, could fight his way through the crowd, could escape into the night. But escape isn't what he wants anymore. Freedom isn't his goal. Something larger calls to him now, something that requires sacrifice rather than survival. He turns his face upward toward the roof he cannot see but knows is there, supported by these two pillars, crowded with celebrants who have no idea what approaches them. Sovereign Lord, he prays aloud now, his voice carrying over the crowd noise. Remember me. Please, God, strengthen me just once more. Let me with one blow get revenge on the Philistines for my 2 eyes. The temple falls silent. 3,000 voices suddenly hushed. Even the children stop their playing. Something in his tone, in his posture, in the very air around him commands attention. He reaches out with both hands. His palms find the smooth stone of the pillars. His fingers spread wide against surfaces carved by master craftsmen centuries ago. He feels the weight they bear, the lives they support, the history they represent. Let me die with the Philistines, he says, and pushes. Aftermath and burial. The sound begins as a groan, deep and guttural like the earth itself crying out in pain. Stone grinding against stone as forces beyond imagination come to bear on ancient architecture. Then the crack appears. A thin line racing up the nearest pillar, spreading like lightning frozen in rock. The crowd's celebration dies instantly. 3,000 pairs of eyes turn upward as understanding dawns. The roof sags, dust falls like snow. Someone screams, high and piercing, cutting through the sudden silence. Samson feels the pillars give way beneath his hands, feels the massive weight above beginning its inevitable descent, feels his hair whipping in the wind of collapsing stone. His prayer has been answered. His strength has returned for this final, terrible moment. The Temple of Dagon dies in stages. First, the central supports crack completely, their broken edges grinding against each other in a symphony of destruction. Then the roof stones shift, sliding toward the center as their foundation disappears. Finally, inevitably, everything falls. Stone blocks that took teams of oxen to position crash down with the force of mountains. Wooden beams snap like twigs. Metal fixtures twist into impossible shapes. The great statue of Dagon topples from its pedestal, its fish-scaled form shattering against the floor it once blessed. The sound drowns out human voices. Even screaming becomes impossible beneath the thunder of collapsing architecture. Some try to run, but there's nowhere to go. The crowd that came to mock a fallen champion becomes part of his final victory. Samson feels the first stone strike his shoulders, feels his knees buckle under weights that would crush normal men, but he doesn't fall, not yet. He stands between the ruined pillars like an atlas holding up the sky, buying precious seconds for his prayer to reach completion. Then a block the size of a cart strikes his head. His skull cracks like an eggshell. Blood flows into his empty eye sockets. His brain, which once conceived riddles and schemes, becomes pulp in an instant. But even dying, he doesn't let go. His hands remain locked around what's left of the pillars. His body becomes part of the destruction, a final offering to the God he served so imperfectly for so long. The temple dies with him. 3,000 years of Philistine architecture reduced to rubble in moments. Centuries of accumulated wealth buried beneath stone. The religious heart of Gaza torn out and scattered like dust. When the noise finally ends, when the last echo fades and the dust begins to settle, silence reclaims the ruins. Nothing moves in the wreckage. Nothing breathes in the spaces between broken stones. The celebration has become a cemetery, and the cemetery holds no living thing. Dawn breaks over a transformed city. Where Dagon's temple once stood proud and permanent, only broken stones remain. Rescue parties work frantically to dig through the debris, but they find no survivors. The collapse was too complete, too sudden, too devastating. Gaza mourns its dead with wailing that can be heard for miles. 5 Philistine lords lie crushed beneath the stones, along with their wives and children and servants. Military commanders who once terrorized Israel's borders will never lead another raid. Priests who served false gods have joined their deity in destruction. News spreads through the Philistine territories like wildfire. Their greatest victory celebration has become their worst disaster. Their captured prize has turned into their destruction. The Hebrew they thought was broken has broken them instead. But finding Samson's body proves impossible. The central area where he stood has become a mountain of stone. Blocks weighing tons have settled into a solid mass that would take armies to move. If he's in there, he'll stay in there until time itself ends. 3 days pass before anyone from Israel appears, a small group from the tribe of Dan moving carefully through hostile territory. They've heard the news, like everyone else. They've come to see if the stories are true. The Danites stare at the ruins in amazement. Their kinsman, the judge they'd given up for lost, has accomplished more in death than he ever managed in life. The temple that mocked their god lies scattered like a child's blocks. The enemies who seemed invincible lie buried beneath their own celebrations. Negotiating for the body takes time. The Philistines want to refuse, but they also want the Israelites gone. Having Hebrew warriors in Gaza, even a small group, makes everyone nervous. Better to give them what they want and send them home. It takes 100 men and teams of oxen to move enough stone to reach Samson's remains. They find him in pieces, crushed beyond recognition. Only his hair identifies him, that massive mane, now matted with blood and dust, that marked him as a Nazirite from birth to death. They gather what they can find: broken bones, torn flesh, handfuls of hair that once held divine power. Everything goes into a simple wooden box, the kind used for any dead man. The strongest man in Israel's history fits into a container a child could carry. The journey home takes 4 days. They move slowly, reverently, bearing their burden through hills and valleys that remember better times. Places where Samson once walked free and proud. Villages that heard his name with fear or hope, depending on which side they served. His family tomb waits in Zorah, carved into the hillside where he was born. The same stone that sheltered his birth will shelter his death. His father Manoah had prepared the place years ago, never imagining it would be needed so soon. The burial draws crowds from surrounding towns. Not just Danites, but members of every tribe. People who heard the stories and wanted to see the end. Some come to mourn, others to gawk. Many simply to witness history closing a chapter. They lower the box into the tomb as the sun sets behind western hills. No great speeches mark the moment. No elaborate ceremonies honor the fallen judge. Just family prayers and scattered flowers and the sound of stones sliding shut. The inscription carved above the entrance says simply, "Here lies Samson, son of Manoah, judge of Israel." Nothing about his strength, nothing about his victories, nothing about the temple he destroyed or the enemies he killed, just a name and a title and 20 years summarized in a sentence. But his story doesn't end with burial. Within weeks, the tale begins growing, spreading through Israel like wind through wheat fields. Each telling adds details. Each retelling emphasizes different elements. The man becomes myth even while the grave dirt is still fresh. Some focus on his strength and battles, others on his tragic flaws and moral failures. A few remember the boy who was dedicated to God before birth. Most know only fragments: the riddle, the foxes, the gates, the hare, the woman who betrayed him. Israel remembers him as the judge who delivered them from Philistine oppression. 40 years of relative peace follow his death, as their enemies recover from the losses at Gaza. His final act accomplishes what 20 years of leadership never achieved. The Philistines remember him differently, as a cautionary tale about underestimating enemies, as proof that even the mightiest can fall, as the man who taught them that victory celebrations can become funeral dirges without warning. His tomb becomes a place of pilgrimage. People come to pray, to remember, to ask for strength in their own struggles. Some leave offerings, others simply touch the stone and hope some residue of power remains. Years pass. The grave weathers and ages. The inscription grows harder to read. New judges rise to lead Israel through fresh crises. But Samson's name endures, carved not just in stone, but in memory. The strongest man who ever lived had finally learned to die well. His death accomplished more than his life. His weakness became a different kind of strength. His failure turned into victory. His end became his beginning. Literary archetypes. Samson as tragic hero. In the quiet hours before dawn, when Gaza still smolders and Israel counts its unexpected deliverance, a larger story takes shape. Samson's tale transcends the boundaries of history and enters the realm of universal truth. He becomes more than a judge, more than a warrior, more than a man. He becomes an archetype. The Greeks had a word for such figures: tragic heroes, men of great potential who carry the seeds of their own destruction. Characters whose strengths become weaknesses, whose gifts become curses, whose very nature leads inevitably to their downfall. Samson fits this pattern like a key in an ancient lock, born with supernatural gifts, raised with divine purpose, destined for greatness, yet doomed by the very qualities that make him special. His strength isolates him, his calling burdens him, his power corrupts him. Consider Achilles, that great warrior of Troy. Invincible in battle, beloved by gods, feared by enemies, yet undone by his own pride. His refusal to fight costs his friend's life. His return to battle seals his own doom. Strength and pride intertwined like lovers dancing toward destruction. Samson's pride runs deeper than Achilles. The Greek hero at least fights for his people, his honor, his friend's memory. Samson fights mainly for himself. His people become afterthoughts in his personal drama. His calling gets lost in his appetites. Then there's Oedipus, that puzzle solver who couldn't solve the riddle of his own identity. Intelligent, determined, genuinely concerned for his city's welfare. Yet, the very qualities that make him a good king, his persistence, his need to know truth, lead him to discover the terrible secrets that destroy him. Samson shares this tragic irony. His gift for riddles reveals his own weakness to Delilah. His strength becomes the source of his downfall. His hair, the sign of his consecration, becomes the tool of his betrayal. What protects him ultimately exposes him. But perhaps the closest parallel comes from a later age. Hamlet, that Danish prince who thinks too much and acts too little. Brilliant but paralyzed. Gifted but tormented. Called to a task he can't quite bring himself to complete. Samson's tragedy mirrors Hamlet's in unexpected ways. Both are chosen for missions they don't fully embrace. Both struggle with calling versus desire. Both delay their true purpose while pursuing personal vendettas. Both destroy innocent people in their quest for justice. Yet Samson's story carries elements the others lack. His relationship with the divine adds complexity that purely human tragedies can't match. He's not just fighting fate or circumstance or other people. He's wrestling with God. This divine dimension transforms his story from simple tragedy into something more complex. He's not just a man destroyed by his flaws. He's a chosen vessel struggling with his purpose, a sacred instrument played by hands he can't see. The biblical writers understood this tension. They crafted Samson's story with deliberate literary sophistication. Each episode builds toward inevitable conclusion. Each choice narrows his options. Each victory plants seeds of future defeat. His birth narrative establishes the pattern. An angel appears to barren parents. A child is promised who will deliver Israel. But the promise comes with conditions, the Nazirite vow that will define and ultimately destroy him. Classical tragedy demands such setup. The hero must be marked from birth. His fate must seem both inevitable and avoidable. His choices must matter even as they lead to predetermined ends. Samson's riddle at his wedding feast exemplifies this structure. He poses a puzzle about finding sweetness in strength's aftermath. Honey in a lion's carcass, life from death. The riddle becomes prophecy. His own strength will feed others only after it dies. The irony deepens with each episode. He breaks his vows while fulfilling his calling. He serves God through rebellion. He delivers Israel by destroying himself. The contradictions pile up like stones in a broken temple. Modern readers sometimes struggle with such complexity. We prefer heroes who stay heroic, villains who stay villainous. Samson's mixed nature disturbs our categories. He's simultaneously deliverer and destroyer, sacred and profane, blessed and cursed. But ancient audiences understood ambiguity better. Their heroes were expected to be flawed. Their gods were allowed to be mysterious. Their stories could contain contradictions without breaking apart. The tragic hero serves a specific function in human storytelling. He represents our potential for greatness and our capacity for failure. He shows us what we might become and warns us what we might lose. He embodies both our dreams and our nightmares. Samson fulfills this role perfectly. His supernatural strength represents human potential unleashed. His moral failures reflect human weakness exposed. His final victory shows how even broken vessels can serve divine purposes, yet his tragedy carries unique theological weight. Unlike Greek heroes battling impersonal fate, Samson wrestles with a personal God. His rebellion matters because his calling is real. His failure stings because his purpose was genuine. This adds depth to his story that purely secular tragedies can't match. When Oedipus falls, we pity him. When Hamlet dies, we mourn him. When Samson destroys the temple, we feel something more complex. Relief mixed with sadness, victory tinged with loss. The ending satisfies in ways that surprise us. His death accomplishes more than his life. His weakness becomes strength. His failure turns into triumph. The tragic arc completes itself with unexpected grace. This transformation distinguishes biblical tragedy from its classical counterparts. Greek heroes typically face meaningless suffering. Their deaths serve no higher purpose. Their pain teaches only that life is cruel and gods are distant. Samson's death serves clear purpose. It delivers his people, it honors his calling, it proves that even the most broken instruments can play beautiful music in skilled hands. The tragic hero archetype helps us understand why Samson's story endures. He represents every man's struggle with calling and choice. His failures mirror our own. His redemption offers hope for ours. Strength as a curse. Midnight in ancient Dan, and young Samson wakes from dreams of thunder. His body aches with growing pains that stretch far beyond normal boyhood. Muscles bulge where they shouldn't. Bones thicken past their natural limits. Something supernatural courses through his veins like liquid fire. His parents hear him crying and don't understand. How can they explain to neighbors why their child can lift stones meant for grown men? How do they teach him to hide gifts that mark him as different, dangerous, divine? The blessing becomes burden before he reaches manhood. Other children fear his touch. Games become impossible when one player can break the others without trying. Wrestling matches end in tears and visits from angry parents. Isolation sets in early. Samson learns to hold back, to pull his punches, to pretend weakness for the sake of acceptance. But pretense exhausts him. The constant vigilance wears grooves in his spirit. He begins to understand that power, without peers, creates prisons more secure than chains. School becomes torture. His teachers fear him. His classmates avoid him. Academic lessons seem pointless when he can accomplish through force what others must achieve through thought. Why learn diplomacy when you can demand compliance? Why study history when you can make it? Young women present special challenges. How do you court someone who flinches at your approach? How do you express tenderness when your gentlest touch might bruise? Romance requires vulnerability, but strength makes him seem invincible, even to himself. His first broken heart teaches bitter lessons. The girl he loves runs to weaker arms because his very presence intimidates her. She wants protection. Not protection, not overwhelming power. She needs comfort, not supernatural strength. She chooses someone who makes her feel safe rather than small. The rejection cuts deeper than any sword could. Physical wounds heal, but emotional damage lingers. He learns that strength can't compel love, can't demand friendship, can't force acceptance. The one thing he wants most, genuine human connection, remains beyond his grasp. Loneliness becomes his constant companion. He walks through crowds untouched and untouchable. People clear paths when they see him coming. They speak carefully in his presence. They treat him like a force of nature rather than a man. The weight of expectation adds to his burden. Everyone assumes he'll solve their problems, fight their battles, bear their loads. No one asks if he's tired or scared or simply wants to rest. Heroes aren't allowed such human weaknesses. Military leaders see him as a weapon to be aimed rather than a soldier to be supported. Religious authorities treat him as an instrument of divine will rather than a person struggling with faith. Political figures view him as a tool for their ambitions rather than a man with his own dreams. The Nazi right vow compounds his isolation. While other young men drink wine and celebrate, he stands apart. While they cut their hair in fashion and style, his grows wild and uncontrolled. The very signs of his calling mark him as perpetually other. His strength solves problems he never wanted to face. A merchant cheats him, one threat sends the man fleeing. A soldier insults him. One demonstration of power ends the confrontation. But victories won through intimidation feel hollow. Respect earned through fear isn't respect at all. Sleep brings no relief. His dreams fill with responsibilities he didn't choose and expectations he can't meet. He sees Israel's enemies gathering and knows he'll be expected to face them alone. He feels the weight of nations pressing down on shoulders that seem broad enough to bear anything. Food tastes like ash when eaten in solitude. Entertainment becomes meaningless when no one dares compete with him. Work seems pointless when he can accomplish in minutes what takes others hours. Even basic pleasures lose their savor when enjoyed without companionship. The strongest man alive discovers that strength is the loneliest superpower. It attracts enemies and repels friends. It creates distance where he craves connection. It builds walls where he wants bridges. His first kill changes something fundamental. The Philistine falls too easily, dies too quickly. The man's eyes show terror rather than courage in those final moments. Samson realizes he's become something people flee from rather than something they run toward. Each subsequent battle makes the lesson clearer. His enemies don't face him with honor or respect. They come with desperation, knowing they'll likely die. Their attacks feel more like suicide missions than military engagements. He's fighting fear rather than courage. Victory loses its sweetness when opponents have no real chance. Where's the glory in defeating enemies who tremble at your approach? Where's the satisfaction in winning contests that were decided before they began? His reputation grows like a cancer, spreading beyond truth into legend. Stories multiply and exaggerate until he barely recognizes himself in the tales. The man becomes myth while he's still breathing, still bleeding, still human beneath the supernatural gifts. Politicians use his name to threaten enemies. Parents invoke his story to frighten children into obedience. Priests claim his victories as proof of divine favor. But none of them see the man behind the legend, the heart that breaks in private moments. The gift that was supposed to deliver Israel has delivered him into a prison of his own making. The strength meant to serve others has isolated him from everyone. The power intended as blessing has become the curse that defines his existence. He begins to understand why some heroes in ancient stories beg the gods to take their gifts away, why they long for ordinary lives and simple pleasures, why they would trade supernatural ability for natural companionship in a heartbeat. But his strength isn't removable like armor or dismissible like servants. It flows in his blood, lives in his bones, breathes with his lungs. He can no more discard it than he can stop his heart from beating. The strongest man who ever lived learns that might without love is misery, that power without peers is imprisonment, that gifts without grace are curses in disguise, women, power, and the male ego. The first time Samson sees her, she's drawing water at the well outside Timnah. Her movements flow like music made visible. Her laughter carries on desert wind like silver bells. Something in his chest shifts, awakens, demands attention he's never felt before. Doesn't know who he is yet. To her, he's just another young Hebrew with intense eyes and broad shoulders. She smiles when he approaches, offers him water from her jar, asks his name with genuine curiosity rather than calculated interest. For the first time in years, Samson feels normal. Not the supernatural judge, not Israel's weapon. Just a man talking to a woman who sees him as human rather than legend. But the moment passes too quickly. Someone recognizes him, whispers his identity, spreads the word through the town. Her expression changes. The easy smile becomes careful. The natural conversation turns formal. He watches her retreat behind walls of caution and protocol. The woman who laughed at his jokes now weighs each word before speaking. The girl who touched his hand while passing the water jar now keeps careful distance. This pattern repeats throughout his life. Women approach with either fear or agenda. Some see him as protection from other men. Others view him as a path to power and status. A few simply want to claim they bedded the famous strongman. None see him simply as himself, the man beneath the muscles, the heart behind the reputation, the lonely soul crying out for connection that goes deeper than physical attraction or political advantage. His mother had been different. She knew his power from before birth, accepted it as divine gift rather than human achievement. But she's gone now, taking with her the only unconditional love he'd ever known. The Timna woman becomes an obsession precisely because she seemed, for those brief moments, to see him as ordinary. He convinces himself this is love, but deeper examination reveals something else: the desperate need to recapture that feeling of being normal. When she betrays his riddle, the wound cuts deeper than mere romantic disappointment. She's proven that no woman can resist using his power for her own ends, that his strength makes genuine relationship impossible. The pattern establishes itself early and repeats with devastating consistency. Woman after woman enters his life promising something different. Each time, he hopes this one will be the exception. Each time, he discovers she wants what they all want: access to his power. Some are more honest about their intentions. The prostitute in Gaza doesn't pretend to love him. She offers straightforward transaction, pleasure in exchange for payment. The honesty feels refreshing after so much deception. Others hide their motives behind elaborate performances. They claim to want him for himself while maneuvering for advantage. They speak of love while calculating benefit. They promise loyalty while planning betrayal. His response follows predictable patterns. First comes the desperate hope that this woman might be different. Then the slow realization that she isn't. Finally, the angry rejection that pushes her away before she can leave first. Each cycle reinforces his cynicism about women and deepens his mistrust of his own judgment. If he can't tell the difference between genuine affection and calculated manipulation, how can he trust any romantic feelings? The problem isn't really with women, though his wounded ego prefers that explanation. The problem is with power itself. Supernatural strength creates impossible dynamics in any relationship. How can there be equality when one partner could crush the other without effort? Women respond to this imbalance in various ways. Some become submissive, agreeing with everything he says and never expressing contrary opinions. Others become calculating, using feminine wiles to influence someone they can't control through direct confrontation. A few try to maintain independence, but the cultural context makes this nearly impossible. In ancient Israel, women need male protection to survive. Samson's strength offers security no other man can provide. How can attraction remain pure when survival is at stake? His male ego interprets these reactions as character flaws in the women rather than natural responses to impossible situations. He expects them to ignore his power, to relate to him as if he were ordinary. But ignoring a tiger's claws doesn't make them disappear. The truth is more complex than his wounded pride wants to acknowledge. Women aren't naturally more deceptive or manipulative than men. They're simply responding to the reality of dealing with someone who holds overwhelming power them. Men in similar situations often react just as badly. The Philistine lords who plot against him use deception and manipulation constantly. The difference is that he expects betrayal from enemies but hopes for honesty from lovers. His strength becomes a test that no woman can pass. If she's afraid of him, he feels rejected. If she's not afraid, he doubts her judgment. If she tries to influence him, she's manipulative. If she doesn't try, she doesn't care enough. The impossible standards doom every relationship before it begins. He wants someone who will treat him normally while dealing with his abnormal situation. He demands authenticity while living a life that makes authentic relationships nearly impossible. Delilah represents the culmination of this pattern. She doesn't even pretend to love him at first. Their relationship begins as purely transactional, her company in exchange for his protection and provision. The honesty feels almost refreshing, but somewhere in their time together, genuine feelings develop. Not the romantic love of poets and songs, but something more complex. Mutual understanding, perhaps. Recognition of kindred spirits trapped in circumstances beyond their control. She becomes the first woman to see through his games and call them out. When he lies about his strength's source, she doesn't pretend to believe him. When he toys with her, she responds with her own manipulation. The relationship develops its own twisted equality. Yet even this connection is poisoned by the larger context. Her employers offer money for his betrayal. His people expect him to put duty before personal happiness. The private relationship becomes public commodity. In the end, she chooses survival over sentiment, not because women are inherently treacherous, but because the alternative might be death. He chooses to trust her despite knowing the risks, not because men are inherently naive, but because loneliness had become unbearable. The tragedy isn't that women betrayed him. The tragedy is that his power made honest relationship impossible from the beginning. Every woman who entered his life faced an impossible choice between authenticity and survival. His strength, meant to protect and serve, became the barrier that kept him from the one thing he wanted most. Not victory in battle or recognition from his people, but simple human connection untainted by calculations of power and advantage. The strongest man who ever lived was defeated not by superior force, but by the fundamental incompatibility between power and intimacy. His muscles could move mountains, but they couldn't bridge the gap between his heart and another's. Delilah's perspective. The coins feel heavy in her palm, 30 pieces of silver for each of the 5 Philistine lords. Enough money to buy a house, hire servants, live comfortably for years. All she has to do is discover the secret of one man's strength. Delilah stares at the silver and wonders if they understand what they're asking. She's shared Samson's bed for months now. She knows his moods, his fears, his desperate hunger for acceptance. They want her to betray not just a lover, but perhaps the only person who's ever tried to see her as more than a commodity. The meeting had been surreal. 5 of the most powerful men in Philistia gathering in secret to discuss one Hebrew warrior. Their fear radiated like heat from a forge. This isn't about military strategy or political advantage. This is about terror. She'd listened to their intelligence reports with growing amazement. The man who holds her gently in the night has killed thousands of their soldiers. The same hands that trace her face with surprising tenderness have torn apart wild animals and enemy warriors alike. They don't understand him at all. They see only the legend, the unstoppable force that's terrorized their borders for 20 years. They can't imagine him as the lonely, broken soul who weeps sometimes in his sleep. But she knows both versions are true. The supernatural strongman exists alongside the emotionally damaged boy who never learned how to love properly. The divine judge coexists with the human man who makes jokes and enjoys simple pleasures. The Philistine lords had been specific about their requirements. They don't want him dead. That might make him a martyr. They want him broken, captured, displayed as proof that their gods are stronger than his. Find out where his strength comes from, they'd said. There must be something, a talisman, a ritual, some secret that can be discovered and exploited. They assume his power has external source because they can't imagine divine favor resting on someone so flawed. Their gods reward virtue and punish vice. Samson seems neither virtuous enough to merit blessing nor wicked enough to deserve punishment. Delilah knows better. She's felt the supernatural energy that courses through his body during their intimate moments. It's not magic or ritual. It's something deeper, something that flows from his core rather than external accessories. But they've offered enough money to change her life completely. Freedom from the careful calculations that govern every day of survival. Security against the uncertainty that haunts every woman without powerful family protection. She'd been born in Gaza to parents who died when she was 12, survived on the streets through combinations of wit, luck, and compromise. Built a reputation as companion to wealthy men who wanted beauty and intelligence in their beds. The work wasn't degrading, exactly. She chose her clients carefully, maintained her independence, refused situations that felt dangerous or demeaning, but it was still survival balanced on the edge of a blade. Samson had been different from the beginning, not because he was kinder or more generous than other patrons. Some of them had treated her very well, but because he seemed as lonely as she was. Most powerful men want companions who admire their strength, affirm their importance, stroke their egos. Samson seemed genuinely interested in her thoughts, her experiences, her perspective on life. Their conversations lasted longer than their physical encounters. He asked about her childhood, her dreams, her opinions on everything from politics to philosophy. No one had ever shown such curiosity about her inner life. She found herself looking forward to his visits, not just for the money, but for the companionship. Here was someone else who understood what it meant to be isolated by circumstances beyond their control. His isolation came from too much power, hers from too little. But both knew what it felt like to have others relate to them as instruments rather than individuals. Both understood the exhaustion of constant performance. When the Philistine lords approached her, She'd been tempted to refuse immediately. Not from loyalty exactly, but from recognition that betraying Samson meant losing the only genuine connection in her life. But 30 pieces of silver from each lord, 150 pieces total, more money than she'd ever imagined possessing. Enough to buy not just security, but actual freedom. She could leave this life entirely, move to a distant city where no one knew her history, buy a small business, perhaps a shop or inn, live independently without depending on men's desires for survival. The temptation gnaws at her resolve. How many women get such opportunities? How many chances will she have to escape the narrow confines that society has built around her? Yet guilt mingles with temptation. Samson trusts her in ways he clearly trusts no one else. He speaks freely about his past, his regrets, his fears. He's given her access to vulnerabilities he hides from everyone else. Betraying that trust would be more than simple business transaction. It would be destroying something rare and precious. Perhaps the only honest relationship either of them has ever known. But the alternative might be continuing this precarious existence indefinitely, growing older in a profession that values youth, watching her options narrow as time passes, ending up destitute and desperate in her later years. The moral calculus isn't simple. Is loyalty to one person worth sacrificing her entire future? Is preserving his trust worth accepting her own continued vulnerability? She considers warning him, telling him about the Philistine offer, but that would solve nothing. They'd simply find another way to trap him, and she'd lose both the money and his trust when he realized she'd been approached at all. The decision crystallizes slowly, painfully. She will take their money and discover his secret. Not because she doesn't care about him, but because she cares more about her own survival. Love is a luxury she can't afford. Trust is a risk she can't take. This opportunity might never come again, but she promises herself one thing. She'll make it as gentle as possible. Give him chances to lie, to mislead, to protect himself. If he's clever enough to see through her game, perhaps they can both escape with what they need. The first time she asks about his strength, her voice shakes slightly. That he notices, becomes suspicious, gives her an obviously false answer. She feels both relieved and disappointed. Each subsequent attempt becomes easier. The lies flow more smoothly. The deception feels more natural. She begins to understand why some people become professional spies and manipulators. But each success also makes her hate herself a little more. Every false smile, every calculated caress, every loving word designed to extract information leaves stains on her soul. When he finally tells her the truth about his hair, she almost begs him to take it back, to lie one more time, to protect himself from what she knows is coming. Instead, she calls for the razor and collects her blood money. The strongest man in the world sleeps peacefully while she destroys his life and perhaps her own soul. Later, when they drag him away blind and chained, she counts the silver coins again. They still feel heavy in her palm, but now the weight feels different. Not like treasure, but like stones. The missing years, what wasn't told. The biblical text skips lightly over 20 years, summarizing them in a single verse, and he judged Israel 20 years. But those 2 decades held lifetimes of untold stories, daily choices that shaped a nation and revealed the complexity of leadership. Picture Samson in his 30s. The wild young man gradually settling into reluctant authority, and the hair that once marked him as different now carries silver threads. The body that once moved with reckless abandon now bears scars from countless battles. The eyes that once burned with simple anger now hold depths of hard-won wisdom. His court meets under an ancient oak tree in the hill country between Zorah and Eshtal. No grand palace or elaborate throne room, just a circle of stones where tribal elders gather to bring their disputes and seek his judgment. The cases reveal the texture of ordinary life in an extraordinary time. Farmers quarreling over boundary stones, merchants accusing each other of fraud, families divided by inheritance disputes, young people seeking permission to marry across tribal lines. Samson listens with patience that would surprise his younger self. The same intensity that once erupted in battlefield fury now focuses on understanding the human hearts behind legal arguments. He asks careful questions, weighs competing claims, seeks solutions that serve justice while preserving relationships. His reputation for physical strength makes his legal decisions carry unusual weight. No one questions his verdicts or appeals his rulings. But the authority feels hollow sometimes, based more on fear than respect. Between formal court sessions, he travels constantly throughout his territory. Not the dramatic raids and spectacular battles of his youth, but the grinding work of administration, inspecting defenses, mediating conflicts before they escalate, ensuring trade routes remain safe for commerce. The Philistine threat never disappears entirely, but it evolves. Open warfare gives way to border skirmishes and economic pressure. They've learned not to challenge him directly, but probe constantly for weaknesses in his territory. He responds with a network of watchers and messengers that spans the region. Former warriors who've grown too old for active combat find new purpose as his eyes and ears. Information flows to him about troop movements, political developments, potential threats. Some threats he handles personally, appearing suddenly where Philistine raiders least expect him. A dozen enemy soldiers dead, their camp destroyed, their supplies scattered. The message spreads quickly. Samson still watches, still strikes when necessary. Other situations require different approaches. He learns diplomacy despite his natural preference for direct action. Sometimes a carefully worded message prevents conflicts that would cost hundreds of lives. His personal life remains largely solitary. The judge who could command armies struggles to maintain intimate relationships. Women approach him with mixtures of desire and calculation that make genuine affection nearly impossible to find. He builds a compound near Zorah with quarters for servants and guards, meeting rooms for official functions, private spaces where he can retreat from the demands of leadership. But the walls that protect him also isolate him. His days develop predictable rhythms. Dawn prayers asking for wisdom rather than strength. Morning audiences with petitioners and officials. Afternoon inspections or travel to trouble spots. Evening meals often taken alone while reviewing reports and planning tomorrow's activities. The supernatural strength remains, but he uses it more carefully now. Public displays become rare, reserved for moments when psychological impact outweighs physical necessity. He's learned that reputation can be more powerful than actual force. His relationship with God deepens and complicates during these years. The simple certainty of his youth gives way to more nuanced understanding. He sees how divine purposes work through flawed instruments, how justice sometimes requires patience, how strength must be tempered with mercy. Prayer becomes less about asking for victory and more about seeking guidance. He spends hours in silent communion, wrestling with decisions that affect thousands of lives. The weight of responsibility shapes him in ways physical training never could. His mother's death during his 10th year as judge marks a turning point. The woman who first heard the angel's promise, who raised him with mixture of love and reverence, who understood his dual nature better than anyone. Her funeral draws mourners from across Israel. Standing beside her grave, Samson realizes he's now completely alone with his calling. No family connections to anchor him, no intimate relationships to provide comfort, just the endless demands of leadership and the growing awareness of his own mortality. The middle years bring a different kind of warfare, not the spectacular battles of his youth, but the patient work of building institutions that will outlast him, training younger leaders, establishing legal precedents, creating systems that can function without his direct oversight. He founds schools where promising young people learn reading, writing, and law, military academies where potential commanders study strategy and tactics, trading posts that strengthen economic ties between formerly isolated communities. Some of his innovations seem minor, but prove lasting. Standard weights and measures that reduce commercial disputes, procedures for resolving conflicts between tribes, protocols for communicating with neighboring peoples. His judge's circuit expands gradually, taking him to settlements he'd never visited as a young warrior. He sees how his reputation affects ordinary people, sometimes inspiring them to greater courage, sometimes burdening them with unrealistic expectations. Children born during his reign grow up in relative peace and prosperity. They know his name from stories rather than direct experience of his battles. To them, he's less a warrior than an administrator, less a legend than a leader. The irony doesn't escape him. His most important contributions may be the ones that generate no songs or stories. The quiet work of governance that prevents conflicts rather than winning them. The patient building of institutions that serve justice rather than displaying power. As his 20th year approaches, he senses change coming, not through prophetic vision, but through practical observation. The Philistines are adapting to his presence, developing new strategies. His own energy, while still superhuman, shows signs of gradual decline. The weight of solitary leadership has worn grooves in his soul. He needs human connection, genuine companionship, someone who can see past his reputation to the man beneath. The need grows stronger even as the opportunity seems more remote. When Delilah enters his life, she fills a void that 20 years of successful leadership couldn't touch. For the first time since his mother's death, someone relates to him as a person rather than an institution. The mature judge who has governed wisely for 2 decades makes the same mistakes as the impulsive young man who once demanded a Philistine bride. Because some hungers can't be satisfied by public success or professional accomplishment. The missing years reveal a truth that the dramatic stories of his youth and death sometimes obscure. Samson's greatest tragedy wasn't his final betrayal, but the gradual erosion of his humanity through the isolating demands of power. The Nazarite broken 3 simple rules govern Samson's life from birth. No wine or strong drink should touch his lips. No razor should come near his head. No dead body should defile his hands. These weren't suggestions. They were sacred vows that marked him as set apart, consecrated to God's purpose. Yet Samson broke every single one. The first violation came early, perhaps even as a young man. Wine flowed freely at weddings and feasts. Did he abstain when his friends celebrated? The text stays silent, but later events suggest otherwise. A man who frequents prostitutes rarely avoids other pleasures of the flesh. The second break was more dramatic. When Samson killed the lion, he left its carcass by the roadside. Later, returning to find honey inside, he scooped it out with his bare hands. Honey from a corpse, sweetness from death. He ate it himself, then offered some to his parents without telling them where it came from. This wasn't ignorance. This was deliberate deception. The final violation sealed his fate. When Delilah's razor touched his scalp, more than hair fell away. The physical sign of his covenant disappeared. With it went the source of his strength. But these weren't random failures. They followed a pattern. Each broken vow brought him closer to the world he was meant to stand apart from. Wine connected him to celebrations and excess. Touching corpses linked him to violence and death. Cutting his hair bound him to human betrayal and manipulation. The irony cuts deep. Samson was chosen to deliver Israel from the Philistines. Yet step by step, choice by choice, he became more like them than like his own people. He adopted their women, their customs, their values. The man set apart gradually lost what made him different. His strength remained even as his vows crumbled. This created a dangerous illusion. Power without purity, ability without accountability. He could still tear lions apart and slaughter armies, so perhaps the rules didn't matter. Perhaps God's commands were suggestions rather than requirements. This thinking led him deeper into compromise. If touching a corpse didn't immediately remove his strength, why worry about other boundaries? If drinking wine at a feast caused no visible consequences, why maintain such strict standards? The gradual erosion of his vows mirrors how many people abandon their principles, not in one dramatic moment, but through a series of small betrayals. The Nazarite vow wasn't just about external actions, it represented internal dedication. The uncut hair symbolized unbroken commitment. The abstinence from wine showed self-control and clarity of mind. The avoidance of corpses maintained ritual purity and spiritual focus. When Samson violated these practices, he damaged more than rules. He wounded his relationship with the divine source of his power. Each broken vow created distance between him and God. Each compromise made the next one easier, yet God's patience endured longer than human logic might expect. Samson's strength didn't vanish the first time he touched a corpse or tasted wine. Divine grace covered his failures for years, decades even. This mercy became a trap. It convinced him that his choices didn't really matter. The final haircut was inevitable. Not because Delilah was irresistible, but because Samson had already abandoned the spiritual discipline that made him strong. The razor merely completed what his heart had begun years earlier. His story warns against gradual spiritual decay. Few people wake up one day and decide to abandon everything they believe. Instead, they make small compromises that seem harmless. They bend rules that seem outdated. They ignore principles that feel restrictive. But principles exist for protection, not punishment. Boundaries create safety, not slavery. The Nazirite vow didn't limit Samson's potential. It channeled his power toward its intended purpose. When he broke free from those constraints, he didn't become more himself. He became less. The man who could have been Israel's greatest judge became its most tragic failure. The warrior who could have secured lasting peace became the source of endless conflict. His broken vows tell a story bigger than personal failure. They reveal how easily the sacred becomes common, how quickly the extraordinary becomes ordinary. They show what happens when we mistake God's patience for God's approval. God's role, did he want this all along? The most disturbing line in Samson's story appears early, almost casually mentioned. When his parents object to his choice of a Philistine bride, the text explains their ignorance. They did not know that this was from the Lord, for he was seeking an opportunity against the Philistines. This changes everything. Was Samson's tragic love life part of a divine plan? Did God orchestrate his hero's downfall to accomplish a greater purpose? The implications are staggering and uncomfortable. Traditional interpretations try to soften this verse. They suggest God merely worked through Samson's flawed choices rather than causing them. Divine sovereignty meets human responsibility in ways that preserve both God's goodness and human accountability. These explanations feel neat and tidy, but the text resists such simple solutions. It doesn't say God worked through Samson's desires. It says the desire itself came from the Lord. This wasn't divine reaction to human choice. This was divine initiation of human action. Consider the alternative reading. What if God deliberately planted attraction in Samson's heart? What if the strongest man who ever lived was also the most manipulated? What if his entire story was orchestrated from beginning to end to serve purposes he never understood? This interpretation makes Samson less of a moral failure and more of a tragic pawn. His strength becomes both gift and curse, not because of his choices, but because of his destiny. He was born to be used, not to be happy. His life served Israel's needs, not his own dreams. The theological problems multiply quickly. If God caused Samson's infatuation with Philistine women, can we blame him for the consequences? If divine purpose required his moral compromise, was compromise actually sin? If his downfall was predetermined, what meaning does his story have for ordinary people facing ordinary temptations? Yet this darker reading explains some puzzling elements. Why does the text seem almost sympathetic to Samson's failures? Why do his worst moments often accomplish the most good for Israel? Why does God continue empowering him even after repeated vow breaking? Perhaps because Samson never chose his role. He was drafted, not recruited, selected, not volunteering. The Spirit came upon him whether he wanted it or not. His strength manifested regardless of his spiritual state. His destiny unfolded independent of his desires. This makes his story less about individual morality and more about divine sovereignty, less about human choice and more about cosmic purpose, less about right and wrong and more about what works to accomplish God's will. The implications extend beyond Samson. How many biblical heroes were manipulated rather than called? How many served purposes they never understood? How many suffered for causes they never chose? Abraham was told to sacrifice his son. Moses was forced into leadership despite his protests. Jonah was swallowed by a fish when he tried to flee his calling. These stories share a common thread: divine will overriding human preference. Samson fits this pattern perfectly. His whole life contradicts normal expectations about how God works. He breaks every rule yet retains his power. He serves God while serving himself. He delivers Israel while destroying his own peace. This paradox suggests a God more complex than comfortable theology allows, a deity willing to use flawed instruments for perfect purposes, a sovereign who accomplishes good through means that seem anything but good. Yet this interpretation raises as many questions as it answers. If God orchestrated Samson's tragedy, what does that say about divine character? If the ends justify the means in this case, what other suffering might serve hidden purposes? If Samson was merely a tool, what hope do any of us have for genuine freedom? Maybe the text refuses easy answers because life refuses them too. Maybe Samson's story is meant to disturb rather than comfort. Maybe some questions about divine purpose and human pain have no satisfying solutions. What remains clear is this: Samson accomplished exactly what God intended. He disrupted Philistine power. He gave Israel breathing room. He prepared the way for future deliverance. Whether he chose this path or was driven down it, the destination was always the same. His tragedy becomes even more poignant if it was inevitable. The strongest man who ever lived may also have been the most powerless. His muscles could move mountains, but his destiny was fixed. His hands could kill thousands, but his heart belonged to forces beyond his control. From myth to memory, time transforms heroes into legends and legends into myths. Samson's story began as history but grew into something larger. Each generation found new meaning in his tale, adding layers of interpretation that sometimes obscured the original man. The earliest Jewish traditions treated him with puzzled respect. The Talmudic rabbis struggled to reconcile his moral failures with his role as a judge of Israel. How could someone so flawed be chosen by God? How could such personal chaos serve divine purposes? Some rabbis emphasized his repentance. They imagined him praying and fasting during his final imprisonment, turning his heart back to God before his last act of strength. This reading transformed his death from suicide into martyrdom, his final prayer into proof of renewed faith. Others focused on his supernatural abilities. They calculated the exact weight of the Gaza gates he carried. They measured the distance he threw them. They counted the Philistines killed at the temple collapse. Numbers made him safe, reducing complex moral questions to simple mathematics. Medieval Jewish commentators went further. They saw in Samson a preview of future messianic deliverance. His single-handed victories foreshadowed one who would come to save Israel permanently. His suffering in captivity paralleled the nation's exile. His final triumph pointed toward ultimate restoration. Christian interpreters found different meanings. Early church fathers saw Samson as a type of Christ, a savior who died to deliver his people. This required careful selection of details. They emphasized his miraculous birth, his unique calling, his sacrificial death. They downplayed his moral failures, his personal vendettas, his seemingly selfish motivations. The parallels weren't perfect, but they were compelling enough. Both were announced by angels before birth. Both had supernatural strength. Both faced betrayal and death. Both accomplished through dying what they couldn't achieve through living. Later, Christian traditions went even further. They made Samson a symbol of fallen humanity redeemed through divine grace. His strength came from God, not himself. His failures proved human weakness. His restoration showed divine mercy. This reading transformed him from tragic hero into everyman. Islamic traditions also claim Samson, calling him Shamshun. They cleaned up his story considerably, removing most of the moral ambiguity. In their version, he was a righteous prophet who struggled against idol worship. His downfall came through deception, not moral compromise. His death was purely sacrificial, with no hint of suicide. The Renaissance brought new artistic interpretations. Painters depicted the muscular strongman in classical poses, emphasizing physical power over spiritual meaning. Sculptors carved him wrestling lions or pushing down temple pillars. These images focused on drama rather than theology. Opera composers found rich material in his relationship with Delilah. They transformed a brief biblical account into elaborate tales of passion and betrayal. Music allowed exploration of emotions the original text only hinted at. Love, jealousy, regret, and revenge became major themes. The Romantic period saw him as a symbol of individual rebellion against societal constraints. His violations of religious law became assertions of personal freedom. His conflicts with authority figures reflected emerging democratic ideals. His tragic end warned against the dangers of absolute power. Modern psychology offered new lenses for understanding his story. Freudian analysis focused on his relationship with women and authority figures. Jungian interpretation saw him as representing the shadow side of masculinity. Behavioral psychology examined the patterns of his decision-making and their consequences. Feminist readings challenged traditional interpretations entirely. They questioned why Delilah was always blamed for his downfall. They explored how power dynamics and gender roles shaped their relationship. They suggested alternative readings where she became the hero and he the cautionary tale. Contemporary popular culture continues reshaping his image. Comic books make him a superhero with tragic flaws. Movies emphasize action sequences over spiritual content. Video games let players control his strength while ignoring his weaknesses. Each interpretation serves the needs of its time and audience. Ancient rabbis needed to explain how God could use such a flawed instrument. Medieval Christians sought prefigurations of their Savior. Renaissance artists wanted classical subjects with biblical authority. Modern readers look for psychological insight and social commentary. The original man disappears beneath layers of meaning. Was he really as strong as later traditions claimed? Did he actually kill 1,000 men with a donkey's jawbone? Were his final words truly a prayer or merely an expression of despair? These questions may miss the point. Stories like Samson's aren't primarily historical documents. They're vehicles for exploring timeless themes: power and its corruption, strength and its limits, divine purpose and human freedom. The myth serves purposes the man never could. His story continues speaking to new generations because each finds relevant meaning in his struggles. His failures warn against repeating similar mistakes. His moments of faith inspire hope for divine mercy. Memory preserves what matters most, not necessarily what happened exactly. Samson the myth accomplishes what Samson the man never did. He delivers people from the prisons of their own making, shows them possibilities beyond their limitations, reminds them that even the strongest can fall, and even the fallen can rise again. Samson and Hercules, two strong men, two cultures, two very different stories about power and its price. Samson and Hercules dominated their respective mythological landscapes, yet their tales reveal contrasting views of strength, divinity, and human nature. Hercules earned his power through birthright and labor. Born half divine, son of Zeus, his strength was both natural inheritance and personal achievement. The 12 labors tested and proved his abilities. Each task completed added to his legend and his self-mastery. Samson received his power as pure gift. Born to ordinary parents, chosen before birth, his strength came entirely from divine blessing. He performed no labors to earn it, completed no tasks to prove worthy. His power was given freely and could be withdrawn just as easily. This difference shaped their entire stories. Hercules controlled his destiny through effort and will. When Hera's madness caused him to kill his family, he sought purification through service. The labors weren't punishment, but opportunity, chances to redeem himself and prove his worth. Samson never controlled his power or destiny. The Spirit came upon him when it chose, left when conditions were met. He couldn't summon strength through will or lose it through effort. This made him more powerful in moments of crisis, but more vulnerable to external manipulation. Their relationships with women tell parallel but opposite stories. Hercules married multiple times, often happily. His strength enhanced rather than hindered his relationships. Women were companions and allies, not threats to his power. Samson's strength isolated him from meaningful connection. Every woman in his story represents danger or betrayal. His power made genuine intimacy impossible. Too much risk that secrets might be revealed, trust might be broken, vulnerability might be exploited. The cultural contexts matter enormously. Greek heroes like Hercules embodied ideal human potential. They showed what mortals might achieve through courage, effort, and divine favor. Their stories inspired emulation and excellence. Hebrew heroes like Samson served different purposes. They demonstrated divine power working through flawed human instruments. Their stories taught dependence on God rather than confidence in human ability. Their failures warned against pride and self-reliance. Hercules faced external challenges, monsters, impossible tasks, divine persecution. His struggles came from outside forces testing his character and abilities. Victory meant overcoming obstacles through superior strength and clever strategy. Samson's greatest battles were internal: temptation, compromise, spiritual decay. His external enemies were symptoms of deeper problems. Victory required spiritual discipline more than physical power, self-control more than tactical brilliance. Both heroes died young, but their deaths carried different meanings. Hercules chose apotheosis, burning away his mortal flesh to join the gods on Mount Olympus. His death was transformation, the natural culmination of a heroic life. Samson chose destruction, pulling down the temple on himself and his enemies. His death was judgment and sacrifice combined, punishment for his failures and deliverance for his people. Nothing suggested reward or transformation awaited him. Greek culture celebrated Hercules as the perfect hero. Romans adopted him as a symbol of strength and virtue. His image appeared on coins, statues, and public buildings. Children learned his stories as examples of excellence to emulate. Hebrew culture remembered Samson with more ambivalence. He was included among the judges, but rarely celebrated like other heroes. His story served as warning as much as inspiration. Parents might tell his tale to teach about the dangers of disobedience rather than the rewards of courage. The artistic traditions diverged accordingly. Greek and Roman art depicted Hercules in moments of triumph, wrestling the Nemean lion, holding up the heavens, ascending to divinity. These images emphasized power and victory. Medieval and Renaissance art showed Samson in moments of crisis, betrayed by Delilah, blinded by enemies, dying beneath fallen pillars. These images emphasized suffering and consequence more than strength and success. Yet both heroes spoke to deep human longings. Hercules represented the dream of overcoming limitations through effort and will. His story promised that strength could solve problems, that courage could conquer any challenge, that human potential had no real limits. Samson represented a different dream, that divine power might work through ordinary people to accomplish extraordinary things. His story promised that God could use anyone, regardless of personal flaws or limitations, to serve higher purposes. Modern audiences often prefer the Hercules model. Self-made heroes appeal to cultures that value individual achievement and personal responsibility. The idea that strength comes through effort and merit fits contemporary assumptions about success and failure. But Samson's model speaks to different needs. It offers hope to those who feel powerless, purpose to those who feel unworthy, meaning to those whose lives seem shaped by forces beyond their control. It suggests that even failure might serve larger purposes. Neither story is complete alone. Hercules without Samson promotes dangerous self-reliance and heroic pride. Samson without Hercules encourages passivity and fatalistic thinking. Together, they provide a fuller picture of human potential and divine purpose. The strongest man who ever lived wasn't Greek or Hebrew, but the one who learned from both traditions, who combined human effort with divine dependence, personal responsibility with submission to higher purpose, strength that serves others with wisdom that knows its limits. Modern echoes. Samson in pop culture. Samson never left the cultural stage. From ancient amphitheaters to modern movie screens, his story keeps finding new audiences and new meanings. Each generation rediscovers something compelling in the tale of ultimate strength meeting ultimate weakness. Hollywood discovered him early. Cecil B. DeMille's 1949 epic Samson and Delilah established the template for biblical blockbusters. Victor Mature played the strongman as a classical hero, all rippling muscles and noble intentions. Hedy Lamar's Delilah was pure seduction, evil incarnate in silk and jewels. The film simplified the story dramatically. Samson became a freedom fighter battling oppression. Delilah transformed from complex woman to simple villainess. Their relationship reduced to good versus evil, righteousness versus temptation. Nuance disappeared in favor of spectacle. Later films followed similar patterns. Samson, 2018, turned him into an action hero with superpowers. Samson and Delilah, 1996, made him a romantic leading man. Each version reflected its era's values and concerns while claiming fidelity to the original. Television found him equally useful. Animated series made him a cartoon superhero for children. Cable documentaries presented him as historical figure. Miniseries explored psychological dimensions Hollywood missed. Comic books embraced him enthusiastically. DC Comics featured him as one of the earliest superheroes, complete with secret identity and colorful costume. Marvel gave him modern origin stories involving genetic experiments and alien technology. Independent publishers used him to explore themes of power and corruption. These adaptations shared common elements. They emphasized his physical strength while downplaying spiritual dimensions. They made his hair the literal source of power rather than symbol of deeper commitment. They transformed biblical judge into modern superhero. Video games offered interactive experiences. Players could control Samson's strength, choose his actions, determine his fate. Some games focused on combat and destruction. Others explored moral choices and their consequences. all promised power fantasy fulfillment. Opera found rich emotional material in his story. Handel's Samson premiered in 1743 and remains popular today. The music explores internal torment more than external action. Arias give voice to feelings the biblical text barely hints at. Modern operas continue mining this material. Composers find psychological complexity in characters the Bible presents simply. They explore themes of addiction, codependency, and self-destruction through classical musical forms. Literature has been equally fascinated. Milton's Samson agonists presented him as tragic hero wrestling with divine purpose and personal failure. The poem emphasized spiritual struggle over physical power, making Samson's blindness both literal and metaphorical. Modern novels continue this tradition. Some retell the story from Delilah's perspective, making her the protagonist and him the antagonist. Others explore his childhood and early adulthood, filling gaps the biblical narrative leaves empty. Children's books sanitize his story for young audiences. They emphasize moral lessons while removing disturbing elements. Samson becomes a cautionary tale about disobedience and pride, his violence reduced to cartoon conflict. Academic treatments multiply endlessly. Theologians debate his spiritual status. Historians question his historical reality. Psychologists analyze his behavior patterns. Feminists challenge traditional interpretations of his relationships with women. Popular culture keeps finding new angles. Health and fitness magazines use him to sell workout programs. Motivational speakers quote his story in success seminars. Self-help books analyze his failures to teach better decision-making. The internet has democratized interpretation. Blogs offer personal takes on his story. Forums debate his moral status. Social media memes reduce complex themes to simple images and captions. Each medium shapes understanding differently. Movies emphasize spectacle and emotion. Books allow deeper character development. Games provide agency and choice. Music explores internal experience. But all share certain tendencies. They make Samson more sympathetic than the biblical text suggests. They emphasize his love for Delilah while downplaying his violence toward others. They focus on personal drama while ignoring political and religious contexts. Modern audiences seem uncomfortable with the original story's moral ambiguity. They want clear heroes and villains, obvious lessons, satisfying conclusions. The biblical narrative offers none of these comforts, so popular culture creates them. Samson becomes the misunderstood hero. Delilah becomes either pure evil or tragic victim. Their story becomes either romance or revenge tale, depending on the telling. These interpretations serve important functions. They make ancient stories accessible to modern audiences. They explore timeless themes through familiar characters. They provide safe spaces to examine dangerous ideas about power, sexuality, and divine purpose. Yet something important gets lost in translation. The biblical Samson was genuinely disturbing, a man whose strength came from God, but whose actions often seemed godless. His story raised uncomfortable questions about divine purpose and human agency. Popular culture tends to resolve these tensions rather than explore them. It makes Samson easier to understand by making him more like us. But perhaps the value of his story lies precisely in its difficulty, its refusal to fit comfortable categories. The strongest man who ever lived remains strong enough to break free from any box we build around him. His story continues echoing because it touches something deeper than entertainment or education. It speaks to our fears about power and our hopes for purpose, our dreams of strength and our nightmares of weakness. Masculinity and moral failure. Samson embodies every masculine fantasy and nightmare rolled into one complicated package. Ultimate physical power combined with complete emotional vulnerability, the ability to kill 1,000 men, but inability to resist one woman's manipulation. His story reveals deep truths about masculinity, power, and the price of living without wisdom. Traditional masculine ideals find perfect expression in Samson's early exploits. He needs no weapons, no army, no strategy. Raw strength solves every problem. Lions, armies, city gates all fall before his bare hands. He represents the fantasy of pure physical dominance, of problems that yield to force alone. Yet this same strength becomes his weakness. It isolates him from normal human relationships. Who can be friends with someone who might accidentally kill you in a moment of anger? Who can love someone whose power makes genuine vulnerability impossible? Samson's relationships with women reveal the paradox of masculine strength. He attracts them precisely because of his power, but that same power prevents real intimacy. Every relationship becomes a power struggle. Every woman poses a potential threat to secrets that must never be revealed. His approach to conflict is purely masculine in the most problematic sense. Someone wrongs him, he responds with overwhelming violence. His wife's betrayal leads to mass murder. His father-in-law's slight triggers agricultural terrorism. His personal pain becomes everyone else's problem. The pattern repeats throughout his story. Emotional hurt transforms into physical retaliation. Personal grievances justify public destruction. He cannot separate his private feelings from his public actions, his individual pain from his role as Israel's defender. This reflects a broader masculine failing, the inability to process emotion without expressing it through action, often violent action. Samson never learned to sit with hurt feelings, to work through disappointment, to find healing through anything other than revenge. His relationship with his own power is equally revealing. He never chose his strength or trained to handle it wisely. It simply appeared, like puberty or other biological changes. He had to figure out what to do with abilities no one had ever possessed before. Modern parallels are obvious. Many men receive advantages, physical strength, social privilege, economic opportunity, without preparation for using them responsibly. Power without wisdom leads to the same destructive patterns Samson displayed thousands of years ago. His inability to resist Delilah's manipulation speaks to another masculine vulnerability. Despite his physical dominance, he craves emotional connection desperately. The strongest man who ever lived becomes putty in the hands of someone who shows him affection and attention. This reveals the hollow core of purely physical masculinity. Strength without emotional intelligence is ultimately fragile. The man who could tear apart lions couldn't understand his own heart or the hearts of others. His downfall comes not through superior force, but through patient psychological warfare. Delilah doesn't try to overpower him physically. That would be impossible. Instead, she uses weapons he has no defense against: persistence, emotional manipulation, the slow erosion of will through constant pressure. The story suggests that true strength requires more than physical power. It demands wisdom to know when and how to use force. It requires emotional maturity to form healthy relationships. It needs spiritual discipline to stay connected to sources of meaning beyond personal gratification. Samson possessed none of these qualities. His strength was purely physical. His relationships purely transactional. His motivation purely personal. This made him powerful in moments of crisis, but powerless against the deeper challenges of human existence. His moral failures weren't random lapses, but predictable consequences of undeveloped character. A man who solves problems through violence will eventually use violence inappropriately. A man who cannot control his desires will eventually be controlled by them. The Nazirite vows were meant to provide structure and discipline that might have shaped his character differently. They offered external constraints that could have developed internal strength. But he gradually abandoned these safeguards, leaving himself vulnerable to his own impulses. Modern masculinity faces similar challenges. Physical strength and social power mean little without character development and emotional intelligence. The strongest men are often the most vulnerable to temptations that exploit their unaddressed weaknesses. Samson's story serves as both warning and instruction. It shows what happens when masculine strength operates without feminine wisdom, when power proceeds without accountability, when gifts are used for personal gratification rather than service to others. Yet it also offers hope. Even Samson's final prayer suggests the possibility of redemption. In his darkest moment, he finally turned to God rather than trusting in his own abilities. His last act served others rather than himself. This points toward a healthier model of masculinity: strength that serves rather than dominates, power that protects rather than exploits, courage that includes vulnerability rather than hiding from it. The strongest man who ever lived was ultimately the weakest, because he never learned that true strength comes from sources beyond the merely physical. His failures teach us that muscles are meaningless without character, that power without purpose becomes self-destructive, that the greatest victories require conquering ourselves before conquering others. Modern men can learn from both his successes and failures. Physical strength is a gift to be stewarded wisely. Emotional needs are not weaknesses to be hidden, but realities to be acknowledged and addressed healthily. True masculinity includes both strength and gentleness, both power and restraint, both courage and wisdom. The fall of the strongman archetype. From ancient Babylon to modern politics, the strongman has been a recurring figure in human history. The leader who promises simple solutions through personal power. The individual who claims to embody the will of the people while operating above their laws. Samson's story provides the template for understanding both the appeal and the inevitable downfall of such figures. The strongman emerges during times of crisis and uncertainty. Israel was in chaos when Samson appeared, oppressed by enemies, lacking central authority, desperate for deliverance. These conditions create perfect breeding grounds for leaders who promise order through personal strength. Samson offered what frightened people crave most: the fantasy that one individual can solve complex problems through superior power. No need for negotiation, compromise, or collaborative effort, just overwhelming force applied to obstacles until they disappear. This appeal transcends cultures and centuries. Napoleon promised to restore French glory through military conquest. Hitler offered German supremacy through racial ideology and warfare. Stalin claimed to build socialist paradise through absolute authority. Mao pledged Chinese greatness through revolutionary transformation. Modern strongmen follow similar patterns. They emerge during social upheaval, promise simple solutions to complex problems, claim unique ability to fix what others cannot. They position themselves as the sole source of order in a chaotic world. The psychology of strongman appeal runs deep. In uncertain times, people trade freedom for security, complexity for simplicity, responsibility for protection. The strongman offers to bear burdens ordinary citizens find overwhelming. Samson embodied this dynamic perfectly. He took personal responsibility for Israel's conflicts with the Philistines. Citizens could live their lives while he handled the fighting. They didn't need to organize, sacrifice, or risk themselves. One man's strength could substitute for collective action. But this arrangement contained fatal flaws. Systems that depend on individual power rather than institutional strength are inherently unstable. They rise and fall with the fortunes of single leaders. When the strongman fails, everything collapses. Samson's personal weaknesses became Israel's vulnerabilities. His moral compromises undermined his effectiveness. His inability to form healthy relationships isolated him from potential allies. His focus on personal vendettas distracted from larger strategic goals. The pattern repeats throughout history. Napoleon's ego led to disastrous military adventures. Hitler's racial obsessions diverted resources from rational war planning. Stalin's paranoia destroyed competent leadership. Mao's ideological extremism created economic catastrophe. Individual character flaws become national crises when too much power concentrates in single hands. The strongman's greatest weakness becomes everyone's problem. Personal failure spreads into institutional collapse. Samson's story reveals another crucial element. Strongmen often accomplish short-term goals while creating long-term problems. His raids disrupted Philistine operations but didn't defeat them permanently. His acts of vengeance brought temporary satisfaction but escalated overall conflict. This reflects a broader pattern. Strongman solutions tend to be dramatic but unsustainable. They address symptoms rather than underlying causes. They create dependencies rather than building lasting strength. The collapse is usually as sudden as the rise. Samson went from unstoppable force to helpless prisoner in a single night. The source of his power, his uncut hair, seemed so secure, so personal, so beyond external threat, yet it proved vulnerable to patient manipulation. Modern strongmen face similar vulnerabilities. The very qualities that bring them to power, ruthlessness, ego, willingness to break norms, eventually create conditions for their downfall. They make enemies faster than allies, rely on fear more than loyalty, prioritize control over competence. The aftermath of strongman collapse is often chaotic. Systems built around individual power struggle to function without that central figure. Institutions weakened by personalized rule cannot easily resume normal operations. Israel, after Samson, found itself in worse condition than before his rise. The Philistines still controlled the region. Internal unity remained elusive. The next generation had learned to depend on individual heroics rather than developing collective strength. This suggests why democratic institutions, despite their messiness and inefficiency, tend to be more stable than authoritarian alternatives. They distribute power rather than concentrating it. They create checks and balances rather than eliminating constraints. They develop systems rather than relying on personalities. Yet the strongman archetype persists because it addresses real human needs and legitimate problems. Complex challenges do sometimes require decisive action. Institutional paralysis can be as dangerous as individual autocracy. The appeal of simple solutions to complex problems never entirely disappears. The key is learning to distinguish between necessary leadership and dangerous concentration of power. Effective leaders serve institutions rather than replacing them. They build systems rather than bypassing them. They prepare successors rather than eliminating rivals. Samson's tragedy was not just personal but national. His strength could have established lasting peace and prosperity. Instead, it became a source of ongoing conflict and eventual collapse. His gifts served his ego more than his people. The strongest man who ever lived teaches us that individual power, no matter how impressive, cannot substitute for collective wisdom and institutional strength. True deliverance comes not through strong men, but through strong communities, not through personal heroics, but through shared responsibility. Modern democracies must remain vigilant against the strongman temptation. In times of crisis, the appeal of simple solutions and decisive action grows stronger. But history teaches that concentrated power corrupts even the best intentions and destroys even the strongest individuals. The antidote to strongman appeal is not weakness, but distributed strength. Institutions that function regardless of individual personalities, systems that survive leadership changes, communities that take collective responsibility for their own welfare. Interpretations through the ages. No biblical figure has been interpreted more differently across cultures and centuries than Samson. Each generation sees something different in his story, finding meanings that previous readers missed or deliberately ignored. His tale becomes a mirror reflecting the values, fears, and hopes of those who tell it. Early Jewish traditions struggled with the moral ambiguity of their strongman hero. The Talmudic rabbis could not ignore his inclusion among the judges of Israel, but they also could not endorse his obvious failures. Their solution was creative interpretation that preserved his status while explaining his flaws. Some rabbis emphasized divine sovereignty over human choice. Samson's attraction to Philistine women was ordained by God to create opportunities for conflict. His moral failures served larger purposes beyond his understanding. This reading preserved God's goodness while explaining Samson's badness. Others focused on repentance and redemption. They imagined elaborate scenes of Samson praying and fasting during his imprisonment, preparing spiritually for his final act. His death became martyrdom rather than suicide, sacrifice rather than revenge. Medieval Jewish commentators saw messianic foreshadowing in his story. His miraculous birth paralleled future deliverers. His suffering in exile reflected Israel's experience among the nations. His final victory pointed toward ultimate restoration. These interpretations served important functions. They maintained Samson's place in the biblical canon while addressing moral concerns about his behavior. They found positive meaning in negative events, hope in apparent tragedy. Christian interpreters brought entirely different perspectives. Early church fathers saw Samson as a prefiguration of Christ, a savior who died to deliver his people. This required selective reading that emphasized parallels while ignoring contradictions. Both were announced by angels before birth. Both possessed supernatural power. Both faced betrayal leading to death. Both accomplished through dying what they could not achieve through living. These similarities seem too meaningful to be coincidental. Augustine wrote extensively about Samson's symbolic significance. His strength represented divine power working through human weakness. His failures demonstrated humanity's need for grace. His restoration showed God's mercy toward repentant sinners. Medieval Christian allegory found rich material in every detail. Samson's hair symbolized spiritual dedication. Delilah represented worldly temptation. The Philistines embodied forces of evil. His blindness showed the darkness of sin. His final prayer illustrated redemptive suffering. These readings transformed a morally complex story into clear spiritual instruction. Samson became every man, tempted, fallen, but ultimately redeemed through divine intervention. His physical drama became psychological allegory accessible to ordinary believers. Protestant reformers brought different emphases. They focused on divine sovereignty and human depravity. Samson's story proved that God could use anyone for his purposes, regardless of personal worthiness. His failures demonstrated universal human corruption. Calvin saw Samson as an example of God's patience with weak servants. His repeated moral lapses should have disqualified him, but divine grace covered his sins and continued empowering his ministry. This supported Protestant teachings about salvation by grace rather than works. Catholic Counter-Reformation interpreters emphasized different themes. They saw in Samson the importance of religious vows and obedience to church authority. His Nazi-right commitments paralleled monastic discipline. His downfall came through abandoning sacred obligations. Enlightenment thinkers approached his story with historical skepticism. Voltaire dismissed the entire account as primitive mythology unworthy of rational consideration. Others sought naturalistic explanations for seemingly miraculous events. Some scholars suggested Samson was based on ancient solar myths. His name derived from Shamash, the Mesopotamian sun god. His long hair represented solar rays. His strength waxed and waned like seasonal cycles. His story was nature mythology disguised as history. Romantic period writers found psychological depth in his character. They saw him as a tragic hero struggling against fate and social constraints. His relationship with Delilah became a study in passion versus duty, individual desire versus collective responsibility. Milton's Samson Agonistus presented him as a noble figure wrestling with divine purpose and personal failure. The poem explored themes of blindness, both physical and spiritual, and the possibility of redemption through suffering. 19th century biblical criticism brought scholarly analysis to his story. Historical critics questioned his existence, literary critics analyzed narrative structure, source critics identified multiple traditions within the text. German scholars particularly emphasized mythological origins. They compared Samson to Hercules and other strongman figures from ancient literature. They argued his story reflected common Indo-European themes about heroes who died young after accomplishing great deeds. Feminist interpretation emerged in the 20th century, fundamentally challenging traditional readings. These scholars focused on the women in Samson's story, his mother, his wives, Delilah, asking how their perspectives might change understanding of events. Some feminists portrayed Delilah as a hero rather than villain. She was fighting occupation and oppression through the only means available to her. Her deception of Samson represented resistance to patriarchal violence and colonization. Others examined the unnamed women whose stories were told only in relation to Samson's needs. His mother received divine revelation but remained nameless. His Timnite wife was murdered for his failures. These erasures reflected broader patterns of female subordination in ancient texts. Post-colonial readings brought new insights about power and resistance. Samson represented imperial violence, a strong man who used overwhelming force to maintain dominance over subject peoples. The Philistines became symbols of indigenous resistance to foreign occupation. These interpretations reversed traditional sympathies. Instead of celebrating Samson's victories, they mourned his victims. Instead of condemning Philistine opposition, they understood it as legitimate self-defense against aggression. Psychological approaches proliferated in the modern era. Freudian analysis focused on his relationships with mother figures and authority symbols. Jungian interpretation saw him as representing the shadow side of masculine archetypal energy. Some psychologists diagnosed him with various personality disorders. His impulsive violence suggested antisocial tendencies. His inability to maintain relationships indicated attachment problems. His grandiose self-image reflected narcissistic patterns. Liberation theology found in Samson a symbol of divine preference for the oppressed. His humble origins and supernatural empowerment showed God's commitment to raising up the lowly. His conflicts with established powers reflected cosmic struggle between justice and oppression. Contemporary evangelical interpretation often emphasizes personal application. Samson's story teaches about the dangers of moral compromise, the importance of spiritual discipline, the possibility of redemption after failure. These readings focus on individual rather than social or political dimensions. Popular culture continues generating new interpretations. Action movies make him a superhero fighting evil. Romance novels explore his relationship with Delilah. Children's books teach moral lessons through simplified versions of his adventures. Each interpretation serves the needs and reflects the assumptions of its context. Ancient rabbis needed to preserve biblical authority while addressing moral concerns. Medieval Christians sought spiritual allegory relevant to their faith. Modern scholars apply contemporary analytical tools to ancient texts. Yet something important emerges from this interpretive diversity. No single reading exhausts the meaning of Samson's story. Each perspective illuminates different aspects while potentially obscuring others. The text remains rich enough to sustain multiple valid interpretations. This suggests that great stories transcend their original contexts and continue speaking to new situations. Samson's tale addresses universal human experiences, the nature of strength and weakness, the relationship between power and responsibility, the possibility of redemption after failure. The strongest man who ever lived proved strong enough to bear the weight of countless interpretations. His story continues growing rather than diminishing through retelling. Each generation finds new meaning while preserving ancient wisdom. Legacy: the man who could have been. History pivots on moments of choice. Had Samson chosen differently at key junctures, Israel's story might have unfolded along entirely different paths. His potential was extraordinary, his actual achievement tragically limited. The gap between what was and what could have been haunts his legacy. Imagine Samson embracing his calling instead of resenting it. Picture him maintaining his Nazirite vows while using his strength strategically rather than impulsively. Envision him building alliances instead of nursing grudges, seeking wisdom instead of seeking revenge. This alternate Samson might have united Israel's scattered tribes under his leadership. His supernatural strength could have provided the military edge needed to drive out Philistine oppressors permanently. His charismatic power could have inspired national renewal and spiritual revival. The Philistines recognized his threat potential even in his flawed state. They offered enormous sums to neutralize him through Delilah's seduction. Had he remained faithful to his vows and calling, their fear would have been fully justified. A disciplined Samson could have established Israel as the dominant regional power centuries earlier than actually occurred. His strength, combined with strategic thinking, might have prevented the later Philistine resurgence that plagued Saul and David's reigns. Political unification could have followed military success. The tribes that later struggled to accept unified monarchy might have rallied around a leader who combined supernatural power with visible divine blessing. His judgeship could have evolved into kingship naturally and peacefully. Economic prosperity would have accompanied political stability. Without constant Philistine raids, Israelite agriculture and trade could have flourished. The wealth that later made Solomon's kingdom famous might have accumulated generations earlier under Samson's protection. Cultural and religious renewal might have followed political success. A faithful Samson could have used his platform to promote adherence to Mosaic law and worship of Yahweh. His example might have inspired national commitment to covenant obligations. The regional balance of power would have shifted dramatically. Egypt and Assyria would have faced a united, prosperous, militarily powerful Israel much earlier than historically occurred. This might have altered the entire trajectory of ancient Near Eastern politics, but personal character determined public outcome. Samson's inability to discipline his appetites undermined his potential for lasting achievement. His strength could demolish obstacles, but couldn't build sustainable institutions. His power could inspire fear, but not lasting loyalty. The tragedy deepens when considering his unique advantages. No other judge possessed comparable supernatural gifts. Samuel had wisdom, but lacked physical power. Gideon had divine support, but normal human limitations. Deborah had strategic brilliance, but needed military partners. Samson alone combined overwhelming physical strength with direct divine empowerment. He could have accomplished what no other leader in Israel's history could achieve through purely human means. Yet he accomplished less than leaders with far fewer natural advantages. His failure to train successors compounded the tragedy. David prepared Solomon for kingship through years of instruction and gradual responsibility transfer. Moses mentored Joshua through decades of shared leadership. Samson left no protégés, no institutional legacy, no prepared continuation of his work. This reflects broader character flaws that undermined his potential. He was essentially self-centered, viewing his gifts as personal possessions rather than tools for serving others. He sought immediate gratification rather than long-term benefit for his people. His relationships with women symbolized this selfishness. He pursued what pleased him without considering consequences for Israel's security or his own spiritual health. Personal desire trumped public responsibility repeatedly. The waste becomes more poignant when considering how desperately Israel needed effective leadership during his era. The Book of Judges repeatedly emphasizes the chaos and moral decay of the period. Everyone did what was right in their own eyes because there was no king to establish order. Samson could have provided that order. His strength was sufficient to enforce justice and maintain peace. His divine calling gave him legitimate authority. His miraculous gifts demonstrated heaven's endorsement of his leadership. Instead, he used his extraordinary abilities for personal vendettas and private pleasure. The man who could have been Israel's greatest judge became its most tragic waste of potential. Yet even his failures served divine purposes. His disruption of Philistine power, however temporary, gave Israel breathing room for the leadership transition that brought Samuel, Saul, and eventually David. His negative example taught lessons about the importance of character in leadership. The lessons remain relevant across centuries. Great gifts without great character lead to great failures. Personal discipline matters more than natural ability. Public responsibilities require private virtue. Leadership demands sacrifice of personal preferences for collective benefit. Modern parallels abound. Athletes with extraordinary talent who waste it through poor life choices. Politicians with great potential who destroy themselves through moral failures. Business leaders who build empires only to watch them collapse due to character flaws. Samson's story warns against the assumption that natural gifts guarantee positive outcomes. Strength must be paired with wisdom, power with restraint, ability with accountability. The greatest talents become the greatest tragedies when separated from moral foundation. But his story also offers hope. Even squandered potential can serve larger purposes. Even failed leaders can provide valuable warnings for future generations. Even tragic ends can point toward better possibilities. The man who could have been Israel's greatest judge instead became its most instructive failure. His legacy lies not in what he accomplished, but in what he teaches about the relationship between character and achievement, between personal choices and public consequences. His alternate life haunts the imagination precisely because it seems so achievable. Had he simply maintained the disciplines he was born under, followed the calling he was given, used his gifts for others rather than himself, everything might have been different. The strongest man who ever lived reminds us that strength of character matters more than strength of body, that the greatest victories are won over our own weaknesses, that the most important battles are fought in the hidden places of the heart, where choices are made that shape not only our own destinies, but the destinies of all those whose lives intersect with ours. Outro. The millstone keeps turning. The sound never stops. Stone grinding against stone, grain crushed between wheel and base, the rhythm of slavery of time marking time in Gaza's prison. Round and round the millstone turns as it has for months now, powered by blind hands that once tore apart lions. This is where Samson's story truly begins and ends. Not with his birth announcement or his final prayer, but in this moment of grinding repetition, endless circles going nowhere. The strongest man who ever lived, reduced to the weakest form of labor, providing food for his enemies through the sweat of his broken body. The irony cuts deeper than the Philistine blades that took his eyes. He who broke every chain now wears shackles he cannot break. He who moved gates and pillars now moves only a wheel of stone. He who brought down houses now builds nothing, creates nothing, accomplishes nothing except the daily bread that feeds those who mock his memory. Between the grinding stones lies the crushing truth about strength without wisdom, power without purpose, gifts without gratitude. Samson possessed abilities no human before or since could claim, yet accomplished less than ordinary leaders with ordinary talents but extraordinary character. His muscles remain impressive even in captivity. Prison rations cannot diminish the frame that once carried Gaza's gates or slaughtered armies single-handedly. But what good is strength that serves only to power the instruments of humiliation? What value has power that cannot free its possessor from the consequences of his choices? The millstone becomes a metaphor for futility, for lives trapped in repetitive cycles that produce nothing meaningful. How many people spend their days in similar circles, working without purpose, moving without progress, living without legacy? How many possess gifts they never use wisely, talents they squander on pursuits that ultimately enslave rather than liberate? Yet something stirs in the grinding. Hair grows back slowly, almost imperceptibly. With it returns possibility, not of escape necessarily, but of meaning. Perhaps strength was never meant for personal benefit, but for sacrificial service. Perhaps power was never meant to elevate the powerful, but to serve the powerless. The Philistines make a fatal mistake. They assume that blind Samson poses no threat, that broken Samson has no purpose left. They bring him to their temple for entertainment, positioning him between the pillars that support the structure where thousands gather to celebrate their victory over Israel's champion. His final prayer is shorter than his first recorded words, more humble than any previous speech. No boasting about his abilities, no threats against his enemies, no claims about his righteousness. Just a simple request for one more surge of strength, not for personal vindication, but for divine justice. The temple falls. Thousands die. Samson's last act accomplishes more than all his previous exploits combined. In death, he defeats more enemies than he destroyed in life. Through sacrifice, he achieves what selfishness never could. But this victory comes at enormous cost. Israel gains breathing room, but loses its strongest protector. The Philistines suffer a devastating blow, but are not permanently defeated. The immediate crisis is resolved while underlying problems remain unaddressed. His family comes to collect his body. They bury him between Zorah and Eshtaol in the territory of Dan, where his story began. The circle completes itself, from birth to death, from promise to fulfillment, from potential to reality. The strongest man returns to dust like everyone else. The millstone keeps turning, even after its operator is gone. Other hands take up the grinding, other backs bend to the labor, other lives disappear into the endless circles of daily survival. The wheel of stone outlasts the man who powered it, just as the cycles of history outlast the individuals caught within them. Yet Samson's story refuses to stay buried. Each generation rediscovers meaning in his tale, finds relevance in his struggles, sees themselves reflected in his failures and hopes. The man becomes myth, the individual becomes archetype, the personal tragedy becomes universal truth. His legacy is complicated, like the man himself. He warns against the dangers of squandered potential while demonstrating the possibility of redemptive sacrifice. He shows how strength can become weakness while revealing how weakness can become strength. He embodies both human failure and divine mercy. The millstone grinding in Gaza prison represents more than Samson's punishment. It symbolizes the human condition: lives spent in repetitive labor, strength dissipated in meaningless activity, potential trapped by poor choices and circumstances beyond our control. But his final prayer suggests that no life is beyond redemption, no failure beyond recovery, no weakness beyond divine transformation. Even the strongest man who ever lived needed grace in the end. Even the most wasted life can serve purposes larger than personal satisfaction. The story ends where it began, with mystery. What drove God to choose such a flawed instrument for such important work? Why was immense strength given to someone so morally weak? How do we reconcile divine purpose with human failure? These questions have no easy answers, perhaps no answers at all. But they point toward truths about existence that simple stories cannot contain, that strength and weakness intertwine in complex ways, that divine purposes often work through rather than despite human limitations, that the most important victories sometimes require the most costly sacrifices. The millstone keeps turning because life keeps moving forward despite tragedy, because work continues after workers fail, because purposes larger than individuals ensure that essential tasks get completed even when original plans collapse. Samson's grinding becomes a meditation on perseverance, on finding meaning in mundane labor, on discovering that even the most humbling circumstances can prepare us for moments of significance we never expected to face. His story reminds us that we are all more fragile than we think, more capable than we know, and more dependent on grace than we like to admit. The strongest man who ever lived was ultimately no different from the rest of us, a mixture of divine image and human frailty, potential glory and actual failure, profound gifts and persistent blindness. The sound of grinding stone fades into silence, but the echoes remain. In every choice between selfish pleasure and sacrificial service, in every moment when strength must decide whether to dominate or protect, in every opportunity to use our gifts for purposes larger than personal satisfaction. The millstone keeps turning, and we decide what power drives it, the strength that enslaves or the strength that liberates, the force that serves self or the force that serves others, the power that ultimately destroys or the power that finally redeems. In Gaza's prison, the strongest man who ever lived learned what strength really means. The lesson cost him everything and gave him everything. The millstone ground his pride to dust and revealed the grain of grace that had been there all along, waiting to nourish a world hungry for heroes who know that true power comes not from what we can do for ourselves, but from what we're willing to sacrifice for others.